Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting. Guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus tuh ya?
Iya.
Siap. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Wah. Di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponic ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam 1 bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponic system ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Welcome to the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, established since July 25, 2008, which had previously merged with the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. The rank of leaders in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine. Dean, Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid, Dr. Hewan, Magister Pertanian. Vice Dean 1, Dr. Endang Dewi Masita, Insinyur Magister Pertanian. Vice Dean 2, Muhammad Arif, Insinyur Magister Kesehatan. Vice Dean 3, Wahyu Cahyaningsih, Insinyur Magister Science. We have vision and mission in our faculty. Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga has 2 courses, namely Bachelor of Aquaculture and Bachelor of Fisheries Product Technology. Currently, the Aquaculture Study Program has been accredited A by BAN-PT and AUM International Certified ASEAN University Network. As for the Fisheries Product Technology study program is still in the process of being accredited by BANBT. The academic activities of Fisheries and Marine Faculty student at Universitas Airlangga, FPK Unair has 4 laboratories consisting of Laboratory of Anatomy and Cultivation, Chemistry Laboratory, Food Laboratory, and Laboratory of Microbiology and Fish Disease. Learning and teaching activities are conducted in class with very adequate facilities. To increase knowledge, students can read books in the library. Administrative activities are centered on building a FPK with good service. The campus community is also given the facilities to conduct religious activities in the Al-Qolam Mosque, in the C Building, Fisheries and Marine Faculty of Universitas Airlangga. In additionally to C Building, there is also a Dean and Vice Dean rooms, lecturer rooms, courtrooms, classrooms, and microbiology and fish disease laboratory.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemi ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal.
Jadi sini sama-sama
proses
ya Pak ya?
Pembelajaran. Kan tetapi kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquaculture sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian
Penelitian apa?
antibakteri.
Antibakteri. Harus lulus loh ya? Iya. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Wah. Di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam satu bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan, dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponik sistem ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Welcome to the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, established since July 25, 2008, which had previously merged with the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. The rank of leaders in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine. Dean, Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid, Dr. Hewan, Magister Pertanian. Vice Dean 1, Dr. Endang Dewi Masito, Insinyur Magister Pertanian. Vice Dean 2, Muhammad Arif, Insinyur Magister Kesehatan. Vice Dean 3, Wahyu Cahyaningsih, Insinyur Magister Science. We have vision and mission in our faculty. Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga has two courses, namely Bachelor of Aquaculture and Bachelor of Fisheries Product Technology. Currently, the Aquaculture study program has been accredited A by BAN-PT and AUM International Certified ASEAN University Network. As for the Fisheries Product Technology study program is still in the process of being accredited by BAN-PT. The academic activities of Fisheries and Marine Faculty student at Universitas Airlangga. FPK Unair has 4 laboratories consisting of Laboratory of Anatomy and Cultivation, Chemistry Laboratory, Food Laboratory, and Laboratory of Microbiology and Fish Disease. teaching activities are conducted in class with very adequate facilities. To increase knowledge, students can read books in the library. Administrative activities are centered on building a FPK with good service. The campus community is also given the facilities to conduct religious activities in the Al-Qolam Mosque, in the Sea Building, Fisheries and Marine Faculty of Universitas Airlangga. In additionally to Sea Building, there is also a Dean and Vice Dean rooms, lecturer rooms, courtrooms, classrooms, and microbiology and fish disease laboratory.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for answering.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I was about to be heartbroken because I thought no one would answer me. So I'm very happy. So welcome to the third seminar of International Conference on Fisheries and Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. I can see that in my screen, I can see that beautiful faces, healthy minds, and well, great appearance. Maybe before we start our agenda for today, well, to be noted by all participants, we will start in maybe 2 minutes. So before that, I would like to have a chit chat with some of you. I can see, Mr. Andrew Jeffs, one of our keynote speaker. Hello, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, mister. How are you?
Very good, thanks. You've got an excellent turnout. That's fantastic.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Jeffs, can you please introduce yourself a little bit, and where are you from, and where do you do this conference in?
I'm from the University of Auckland, which is the largest university in New Zealand. We have about 35,000 students and about 5,000 faculty and staff. Among the subject areas we teach is marine science and aquaculture, and I'm a professor in that department. The department's in the biggest city in New Zealand, Auckland, and we've just had a lockdown for the last 2 weeks. It's the second lockdown we've had. The first one was for 6 weeks. And we've just come out of it, but the university is still closed for teaching, but we're currently on semester break. So I'm actually in my office because the internet's better here than it is at home. So if I was calling from home, it would be broken up all the time. So yeah, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too, Mr. Andrew Jeffs.
That's very nice.
To be noted by all participants, Mr. Andrew Jeffs is one of our keynote speaker, along with our other keynote speaker, which is Mr. Salim Mustafa from Malaysia, and Dr. Gunanti Masri from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. So thank you, Mr. Andrew Jeffs, for having a little chit chat with me. It's nice talking to you.
Likewise.
And this morning, I'll be the master of ceremony for today, along with my colleague, Alvita Salsabila.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
So, yeah, how are you, Salsa?
Yeah, I'm good today. And what about you?
I'm fine as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
I can
good.
see that you're very, very energetic for this morning. That's very good.
Yeah. We're ready to this, right? We're prepared a lot for this, right?
Of course, for
Yeah.
a whole month.
Yeah, for a whole month.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that the time is already shown at 9:32 a.m. So immediately we will start this event.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences 2020, held by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya.
Your Excellencies, Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Professor Dr. Mirni Lamid, the Honorable First, Second, and Third Vice Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Mrs. Endang Dewi Masito, Mr. Muhammad Arif, and Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsih, the Honorable Chairman of this conference, Mr. Muhammad Amin, PhD.
And the honorable keynote speakers, Professor Andrew Jeeves from University of Auckland, Professor Salim Mustafa from University Malaysia Sabah, Dr. Gunanti Mahasri from Universitas Airlangga, and the honorable invited speakers, Dr. Jennifer Verduin from Murdoch University, Dr. Vivi Endar Herawati from Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Melissa Martin from University Malaysia Terengganu, Ahmad Zamroni PhD from Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Socioeconomics Indonesia, and Dr. Adriana Monica Sahidu from Universitas Airlangga in Surabaya, Indonesia, and our honorable participating delegates and all audiences.
Once more, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a huge honor to have you all here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start officially open this event, please allow me to introduce ourselves. And my name is Alvita Salsabila and my partner Muhammad Fauzan, and we are the master of ceremony of this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to give a round of silence as our next agenda is the singing of Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. ladies and gentlemen, for your participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read the agenda for today's event.
First, we have the opening remark.
And the second, we have the keynote session.
Third, we have break time and poster session.
And after the break, we will have the oral presentation.
Fifth, we have awarding session.
And last is the closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's step to our next agenda. We'd like to invite Mr. Muhammad Amin, PhD, the chairman of the Third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2020, to deliver his speech. To Mr. Amin, time is yours.
All right. Thank you, Fauzan and Sabila. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Okay. Morning. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellency Professor Mirni Lamid, Dean of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. Honorable all guest speakers, presenters, and dear participants. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the Third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences, or INCOFIMS 2020. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank each one of you for being able to participate in this conference. While little bit of information about this conference, INCOFIMS is mainly aimed to provide a sharing platform that enable researchers, academics, and practitioners from all over the world to share their most recent findings in aquaculture, fisheries, and marine sciences. The first INCOFIMS was held in 2018, followed by the second in 2019 in Surabaya, and this year we have the third event by online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But even though in this situation, we are still quite happy because I saw there's quite a lot of people, about 196 join with us today. Thank you very much. Well, the theme for the third INCOFIM is the challenges and strategies for the development of sustainable aquaculture and fisheries. We choose this theme because we want speakers and presenters address several issues which we have been facing in aquaculture and fisheries practices, such as fish diseases, feed materials, overfishing, environmental degradation, etc. Thus, with the theme, the third INCOFIMS highlights 7 subtopics for oral and poster presentations, which are aquaculture technology, fish nutrition, fish diseases, fisheries management, marine sciences, aquatic resource management, and also fisheries socioeconomics. So please take this opportunity to share your significant current research finding, and hopefully by the end of this conference, we would be able to come up with ideas or strategies to develop more sustainable aquaculture and fisheries in future. Last but not least, I would like to express my blessed gratitude to our university management, especially to the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga for their support, and also to all committee involved in this event. Without you all, we wouldn't have this conference. Representing the organizer, I proudly welcome all of you to the third INCOFIMS 2020. I wish all participants having a fruitful and memorable experience in this event. Well, I think that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Amin, for the warm speech.
And now, we would like to invite Professor Mirni Lamid, the Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, to deliver a remark to officially open the third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences 2020. To Professor Mirni Lamid, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear college. Selamat pagi dan salam sehat buat kita semua. Excellency all keynotes. First, Professor Andrew Greg Jeff from Auckland University, New Zealand. Hello, Professor Andrew. Second, Professor Salim Mustafa from University Malaysia, Sabah. Hello, Professor Salim. And the third, Dr. Gunanti Mahasri from Universitas Airlangga. Hello, Dr. Gunanti. And all invited speakers. First, Dr. Jennifer Verdun from Murdoch University, Australia. Hello, Dr. Jennifer. And second, Dr. Melissa Martin from University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. Hello, Dr. Melissa. And the third, Ahmad Zamroni, PhD, from Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Socio-Economic, Minister of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Hello, Bapak Ahmad Zamroni. And the fourth, Dr. Vivi Endar Herawati, SPE, MSE from Universitas Diponegoro. Hello, Dr. Vivi. And the fifth, Dr. Adriana Monica Sahidu from Universitas Airlangga. Hello, Dr. Adriana. For all keynotes and invited speaker, nice to meet you and thank you. You can join with this conference. Respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to use the opportunity to welcome all of you in this online conference, which is the third international conference on Fisheries and Marine Science, organized by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. I hope everyone will stay safe and healthy in the middle of this COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, aquaculture, fisheries, and marine are very important sectors in supporting human life. Aquaculture and fisheries, for instance, have become important protein source for us, while other marine sources are frequently reported being of source of medicine and many other important natural products for human goodness. Until nowadays, many improvements have been achieved in this sector, but still, we also face several challenges in ISO. The aquaculture and fisheries activities, as well as the exploration of marine sources, have left several issues worldwide, such as environmental degradation, the limitation of feed materials, the spreading of antimicrobial resistant genus, and many other unsustainable exploration issues. Ladies and gentlemen, acknowledge these issues. Faculties of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, as one of the Indonesian public universities, want to contribute and become part of a solution for those challenges and issues. Through this conference, we would like to gather all distinguished scientists from all the world to share their most recent findings and knowledge related to strategies to overcome the challenges we have been facing nowadays on how to explore aquaculture, fisheries, and marine products in more sustainable way for our better future. As the topic of this conference, challenges and strategies in the development of sustainable aquaculture and fisheries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful that based on the organizing committee report, many experts have been able to participate in this conference and willing to share their knowledge. I also welcome to many representatives of government, industry, associate, and NGO who have joined us. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges today. Thank you all for your presence and participation. You are a very important part of the conference success. I hope you will enjoy this conference and thank you for your kind attention. Thus, furthermore, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially open the third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science with the topic Challenges and Strategies in the Development of Sustainable Aquaculture and Fisheries. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and have a good conference.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Mirni, for the wonderful speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda, which is the keynote session. Today, we are very pleased to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, namely Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs, Professor Salim Mustafa, and Dr. Gunanti Mahasri. The moderator for this discussion will be Mr. Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin, Master of Science.
But before we start this session, let me briefly introduce you about our moderator. Mr. Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin, Master of Science, is a lecturer, faculty ambassador, and researcher in the Department of Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. He graduated from Universitas Trunojoyo for his bachelor degree and got his master double degree in Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia and National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. He is currently a PhD student for the Food Chemistry, University of Natural Resources and Life Resources, Austria. To Mr. Goyatul, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, who give me a chance to list this agenda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? I hope you always be fine. My name is Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin. Today I will lead this keynote speech session. In this sessions will take approximately 2 hours. There will be 3 speakers giving speech today, namely Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs, who is coming from University of Auckland. And the second one is the Professor Salim Mustafa from University of Malaysia, Sabah. And the third one is Dr. Gunanti Mahasri is from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Okay, for the first speaker, there will be Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs. First of all, let me briefly introduce you about Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs. He is a full-time professor of in the Institute of Marine Science and School of Biological Sciences, University of Auckland, and he is currently doing research on the marine science, especially in the scope of ecology and aquaculture of marine organisms, especially invertebrates. In this wonderful international conference, I'm sure that he will be talking about the very interesting topic. Without wasting any time, please welcome Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs. Hello, Professor Andrew.
Hello. Thank you very much for the welcome. And thank you, the Honourable Chairman, Mohammed Amin, and the Dean, Professor Mirni Lamed. I appreciate the welcome and the opportunity to speak to you today. Can you see that?
Yes, Prof.
Yes,
excellent. Great. What I thought I'd do today would be try to set the scene for your excellent conference in terms of looking at what the challenges and strategies are for developing aquaculture and fisheries into the future. It's an excellent theme for a conference, even in a COVID crisis. worldwide, we still have these issues of sustainability for one of our major food production sectors. And it's a very good time to be looking at this issue. So it's a well-chosen topic for the conference, because in the last year, there's been some major pieces of work which have come forward looking at these very issues. In the last United Nations Food and Agriculture report dealt specifically with sustainability in aquaculture and fisheries worldwide, and looked at the state of fisheries up until the latest global report for the year ending 2018. And if you haven't read it, I really would encourage you to have a look at it. The other interesting piece of work that's recently come out was a major review of sustainability issues in global aquaculture by some of the leading aquaculture researchers and practitioners, which was published in the Journal of World Aquaculture Society quite recently. And it also sets out some major points about the sustainability issues that we face. And in both areas, both reports outline some of the key research areas that are important for us going forward. So I'd just like to go through some of those and just highlight some of those research areas, because I think it might help set the theme for the conference and help you think about what some of the priorities might be for your own research, for the research of your universities or your agencies, and also your country. And I've tried to throw in some regional information as well there to make it relevant. So, as you all probably know, the global situation in terms of fisheries and aquaculture is a really interesting one in terms of global food supply. In this graph, we've got global seafood supplies from 1950 through to the last report, which came out this year from the FAO in 2018. And in the red, we've got inland fisheries. In the orange is wild marine fisheries. And you can see since the 1990s, there's been very little increase in overall wild fisheries capture. And it's increased about 14% over the last 30 years, which is a very small, modest increase. Whereas if you look at the aquaculture sector, which is the dark blue, which is inland aquaculture, marine is the light blue, and for the sake of Indonesia, I've also added in this green line, which is aquatic plants, which is an important aspect of Indonesian aquaculture. You can see this phenomenal growth over the last 30 years. In fact, for seafood aquaculture, it's increased over 500% in that 30 years. It's been the single most fast-growing food production sector on the planet for those complete 30 years. It's quite phenomenal. And even though the world population has increased over that time, the seafood supply has more than matched it. It's actually increased. So humans are eating more seafood per capita than they were 30 years ago. And that's down to the phenomenal performance of aquaculture worldwide. If we have a look at that by region, so here we've got China, Asia excluding China, so Indonesia's in here, the Americas, Europe, Africa, and Oceania. That's where I fit in this tiny little graph here. But you can see here China is the powerhouse in terms of both fisheries, so the red inland and orange marine fisheries, and aquaculture, the blue inland fisheries and marine aquaculture and inland aquaculture. You can see the phenomenal growth and a major player. But Asia is also a major player, and you can see the phenomenal growth in the region. Indonesia is a key part of that. Indonesia is the second largest wild fishing country in the world, alongside Peru. And you can see how quickly growth in wild capture fisheries and aquaculture has increased over this relatively short period in terms of human timescales. One of the issues with increasing the seafood production from wild fisheries is the sustainability of the wild stocks. And we haven't done so well on a global level in terms of maintaining sustainability of wild fisheries. So in 1990, there was an estimated 10% of global fish stocks were overfished or unsustainable. And by 2017, nearly a third of global fish stocks were estimated to be overfished. So we've been driving our fisheries very hard and to the point of over-extraction. And this graph from the FAO gives a bit of a summary of that from 1970s to 2017. And you can see the orange, which is overfished stocks, is gradually increasing, while the number of fisheries or fish stocks that are managed sustainably has remained more or less the same, while the proportion of underfished stocks has gradually declined. And many of those underfished stocks are smaller, lower trophic species. So we've fished down the food chain effectively as we've overfished some of the larger and previously more abundant species. So this is a major issue in terms of sustainability, and it's a major issue in terms of science and research. And it's also a major issue in terms of the way our planet operates and supplies food to humans. The UN had a sustainable goal to have all overfishing finished by 2020, but the reverse has happened. We've gone from 10% to 30% overfished stocks in that last 30 years. So we've failed to meet that goal. And some of the consequences of that is that as Professor Myrnie Lamard was talking about, that we're diminishing marine biodiversity and all that encompasses the opportunity to derive drugs and new compounds and materials, but also those marine biodiversity is very important in terms of ecosystem function. So those ecosystems, when they function well, they support the productivity of fisheries, they support the productivity and the renewal that underpins aquaculture, and they also support very important life-giving systems like nutrient recycling on the planet. So we start to damage those systems by overfishing. Overfishing also reduces food security in some regions. Parts of the world, especially Africa, are very reliant on coastal fisheries to support the protein needs of their population. And overfishing also creates negative social outcomes. So that's a result of fishers losing their livelihoods or reducing their incomes, making it harder for them to make ends meet. But perhaps the most astounding figures are just the estimated loss of total global fish supply. So this is the opportunity cost of what we're missing out on by overfishing those stocks. So it's around 16.5 million tons of fish a year that we're missing out on from those stocks which we've overfished. And if we put a value on that, it's over $32 billion a year. So we've undermined our economic position in terms of fisheries. That's a major incentive for us to put it back. And one of the conclusions from the FAO is that fisheries research is absolutely critical to us addressing this issue of overfishing in fisheries and returning them back to a sustainable basis. And in fact, on the basis of that concern, the FAO organised a major international conference last year in Rome, managed to get it in just before COVID struck, and they identified seven key challenges around fisheries research, which I think are really important in terms of our thinking of where we need to go with fisheries research. The first one was a major one around increasing the assessment and monitoring of individual fish stocks, both at the stock level, but also at country levels, so that countries can manage stocks that cross over boundaries between countries. We need to develop simpler and less costly methods for assessing fish populations so that we can manage them more cheaply. The cost of fisheries research is significant. using traditional research methods. And so coming up with new tools that help us to do that more cost effectively will help us move forward in terms of managing those fish stocks. And I'll talk about some of those new tools that are emerging shortly. We need to do the same kind of improvement of monitoring and assessment for inland fisheries, and also understand how the habitats that they rely on heavily are also being managed because they're typically very important for supporting the productivity in inland fisheries. This is music to every scientist's ear. Mobilize financial support, which means more funding, absolutely critical if we're going to develop capacity to do better fisheries management and strengthen the science and research that we do around fish stocks so that we can supply the information to provide sustainable management and prevent overfishing from occurring. So a key one. We also need to develop better mechanisms for integrating the available information that we have, including local knowledge and expertise, and that can include knowledge from fishers themselves about what they've observed about fish stocks into the assessment and management processes. So basically making better use of integrating the existing knowledge we've got into the scientific information to manage stocks. The sixth one is just about collecting basic data for fisheries and combining that with the local knowledge. It's more or less affecting some of the, repeating some of the previous ones, but it's about the basic level of biological knowledge that you need to have to understand how fish populations reproduce and recruit. And that can help you enormously in terms of understanding how the fishing activity will affect the population in the longer term. And finally, something that's very pertinent to this conference is encouraging communication and knowledge sharing and education across all stakeholders. So basically getting groups to work together more cohesively to address the sustainability issue in fisheries. It's a major challenge, and the world needs to work on it. And as the experts in the field, we need to be collaborating and communicating and sharing our knowledge and doing our best to move it forward as quickly as we can to address this critical issue. I mentioned earlier that there's some exciting new tools which are helping us to shift the fisheries knowledge forward at a much lower cost. And some of those I've just highlighted here. One of them is molecular genetic tools. In the last 10 years, there's been a phenomenal increase in our knowledge about genetic systems and the equipment and expertise to apply them. And we're now starting to apply that to fish stocks. So we can now use genetic markers to estimate population sizes of fisheries. We can understand stock structure of populations, and also even starting to understand aging of species using genetic and biochemical markers. So this is an area where there's huge opportunities to make major cost savings in terms of managing fisheries, because we no longer actually have to go and measure the fish population out at sea. We can often just gather samples from the fishery and analyze them in the laboratory. The next one is mobile digital technology, and it's already being rolled out in a number of parts of the world, including in New Zealand, where commercial fishers can use their smartphones to record information at sea, and it immediately gets loaded back to fisheries managers and consolidated and used to help manage the fishery by informing them about the amount of catches and where those catches are occurring. Finally, the third exciting area is advanced computer modeling. And these ecosystem fisheries management models are starting to be applied in some major fisheries around the world. The Alaskans in particular are leading the way, and they're particularly useful for complex fisheries where you have multiple species being caught in a fishery, where the catch of one species affects the catch of another. And so by using computer models, we can understand how those processes work and make better predictions about how to manage the populations that we're fishing. So these are all exciting tools that are helping to improve our fisheries management and drastically reduce the cost of it. One of the major unknowns that's been identified for global fisheries is the impact of climate change on our fisheries. And the knowledge is just really starting to come in. We're starting to see in some fisheries some major changes in the distribution of fish stocks, their patterns of recruitment, and some of the interactions they are having with the environment. And this is the FAO global chart of those areas of the world that are most likely to be affected by climate change effects. And the climate change effects are changes in water temperature, changes in ocean acidity, the ocean becoming more acidic, but also changes in current patterns and in local weather conditions. And you can see some parts of the world, parts of Africa, for example, are predicted to be very heavily affected in terms of their fisheries, while other regions like my own are at the lower end of the scale. And I see Indonesia is in the mid-risk category. So the FAO has identified some major research areas or priorities around climate change in fisheries. And they're just really quite fundamental things around just trying to reduce the uncertainty. So identifying and understanding some of the changes that we're seeing in fish stocks and trying to determine whether they are actually due to climate change effects. Then once with some of that knowledge, then try to measure the risk that we face with ongoing climate change for those stocks. Some of those stocks where the distributions are being altered by climate change, there's risks of them being pushed into areas where they can no longer survive. So those stocks will suffer in terms of the amount that their exposure to harvesting, for example. And then this information should be able to inform the kind of responses that we adopt to try and maintain sustainability of fisheries. And finally, just monitoring our success in implementing some of those measures is a final research need. So climate change is a significant uncertainty. And some recent work that was also published this year, just looking at how climate change fits in as a threat to global biodiversity. And it's one of the major contributors, but there's other ones there, including habitat destruction, the effect of fishing activity itself, pollution, and invasive species. And they basically assessed a range of species for which there was good information from a range of different groups, and assessed the proportion of these different threats of how they were likely to impact these species. And you can see it's a mix. So the biodiversity are facing threats from a range of stresses, not just one stress. So we need to think about those combination of stresses that species in the marine environment are facing. And if you look at that on a regional level, you can see some areas of the world like the Mediterranean and Black Sea, which is very heavily fished and has a long history of poor fisheries management because for various reasons. But you can see that in this area, fishing is a major impact in terms of the protection of biodiversity, whereas other parts of the world, like Indonesia, for example, fishing activity is less of a concern around protecting marine biodiversity, whereas loss of habitat, natural habitat, is of far more significance. So these are some of the issues we need to be thinking about in terms of research directed at protecting marine biodiversity. One of the issues with marine biodiversity is that it's not distributed across the globe evenly at all. There's a number of areas of hotspots, the Caribbean, off the east coast of the Americas, parts of Chile, South Africa or Africa, and particularly the Asia-Pacific region, major areas of important high levels of marine biodiversity. And these are the areas of greatest concern in terms of protecting global biodiversity. And so Some further work that was done in recent years has looked at the interaction of biodiversity with fisheries, and it has identified that some of those areas of high biodiversity, those high biodiversity hotspots, are also areas of high fishing activity or increased fishing pressure. And these are the areas that are of concern in terms of the effect of fishing on marine biodiversity. And you can see the Asia Pacific region is another area of particular concern, largely because of the rapid increase in wild catching in fisheries in those areas. Another threat to marine biodiversity and marine ecosystems is pollution. And one form of pollution that is global and has risen to a high degree of prominence in the last 5 to 10 years is plastics. And currently, we're discharging around 8 million tons of plastic into the marine environment every year. And most plastics don't break down in the environment. They break down physically into smaller and smaller particles, but they don't biodegrade and disperse as organic constituents. They remain as plastics, as unbiodegradable plastics in the environment. And so understanding the effects of those plastics in the environment is starting to become a major research concern and issue for environmental status in the marine environment. And this is an outlook for 2025, looking at regions of the world where plastics are poorly managed and a higher proportion of them are ending up in the marine environment. You can see, again, the Asia Pacific region is one that is highly represented in this space. If you look at the global distribution of plastics currently, you can see this is the white, the intensity of the white represents the amount of plastic in the marine environment. And you can see there's a band or two bands around the world, circumglobal, but particularly the Asia Pacific region is well represented. And the problem is increasing. It's been estimated recently that by 2050, there'll be a greater weight of plastic in the sea than the amount of fish, which is quite a concerning statistic. It used to be thought that plastics, once they went into the environment, were inert, that they had no effect. But the research that's emerging from the marine environment is showing that they're having a very significant effect. And the key areas are they're disturbing important microbial processes in the marine environment. So things like denitrification, which is critical for recycling nutrients in the marine environment, is directly affected by the presence of plastics in sediments and in the water column. Plastics are also quite disruptive physically in marine food chains. They block the guts of marine organisms. They can stop them feeding. They artificially fill their guts with a food material that is indigestible. And they're also active. Plastics are active chemically. They can accumulate toxins in the environment and then pass them on to organisms that then may consume them. So here's a recent study which found that just the interaction of a piece of plastic with a coral will increase its likelihood of incurring a disease from 4% up to nearly 90%. So there's even just simple physical interactions of plastic in the environment can have quite catastrophic effects. Some of my colleagues have been working on plastics in the marine environment, and to be honest, I've been quite shocked at the results that are coming in. One of my colleagues looked at a range of locations throughout the South Pacific, and just sampled a range of fishes in each, and this is just some examples, but there was not a single fish that they sampled that did not have plastic in its gut contents. And it varied from bits of fishing fiber through to plastic bags and other marine debris. So this plastic material is truly in the marine food chains. So the FAO is also concerned about plastics in the marine environment, and relatively recently released a report. And that report identified a number of key research areas that need to be addressed internationally. And these are them. First, basically understanding where the plastic is in the environment, the need to detect it and quantify that plastic both in the environment and where it is in the in our seafood that we are consuming. And the plastic is not only ending up in the stomach contents of these organisms, it's also finding its way into the tissues of many of these species. So that's a relatively recent finding. So the plastic is in the human food chain now from seafood. There's also a need to determine the toxicity of plastics that are in the marine environment, including when they're present in seafood, and also the ability of plastics to transfer diseases from one marine organism to another. And there's good evidence now that plastics drifting in the marine environment accumulate marine pathogens, which can then be passed along food chains. And finally, just understanding the interactions of plastics in the marine environment, and that's both the physical interactions like the plastic bag hitting corals, but also the chemical interactions in terms of that plastics accumulating toxins, which are then passed into food chains. So a key set of important research areas. I'll now turn to aquaculture. So the phenomenal growth we've seen in global aquaculture over the last 30 years is across all species, from aquatic algae through to crustaceans, finfish, and you can see the rapid growth here, but you can see it's starting in recent years, it's starting to taper off. And in fact, if you look at the growth rate globally of aquaculture, you can see in the 1980s it was growing at nearly 12% per year, which is a phenomenal rate for a global sector. And in the 2020s, it's down to just over 2%. And this reduction in growth rate is a result of aquaculture starting to hit some of the sustainability constraints that are holding the industry back in terms of its productivity. So one of the key issues for aquaculture is food supply. So a major component of the growth in world aquaculture is from fed aquaculture. So fed aquaculture is feeding mostly carnivorous species or omnivorous species like shrimp and salmon, which are provided with a compounded or artificial diet, versus non-fed species. So these are species that feed in the water column by themselves, things like scallops and your green mussels in Indonesia, for example. And if we look at the patterns of growth of these production of these species from 2000 to 2018, you can see the blue line is the annual production of fed species, and the orange line is the growth in annual production of non-fed species. So you can see these non-fed species has been relatively little growth, but phenomenal growth in the production of fed species. And that to support that requires a massive increase in the supply of food. And the most critical component of the food is fish meal. And if we look at fish meal production for the last 30 years and the outlook for the future to 2030, you can see that for the last 30 years, it's been more or less static. There's been a slight increase, but we don't have more fish meal to provide for aquaculture. And so what increasingly has been happening is that we've been starting to replace fish meal with other protein supplies, and the dominant one is soybean. And you can see as the demand for fish meal for aquaculture has gone up, the price has gone up. So these are prices here in US dollars per ton. And you can see fish meal prices have gone up, and more recently we've started to see an increase in soybean prices. So this is a major sustainability issue. This inability to supply more fish meal because the wild fisheries cannot support any more pressure has constrained the supply of food for these fed aquaculture species. And so in terms of aquaculture needs, that means we need to find alternative protein sources for fed aquaculture. And we're starting to do that. We're using soybean, but soybean's got some major limitations. So we're looking at other crop species like lupin, for example, but we're also looking at other sources of protein, insect meals, and biologically microbial sources of protein as well. And so this is a key area of research for supporting the continued growth of fed aquaculture. Another critical issue is fish oil. Many of these marine species or aquaculture species require long-chain fatty acids or omega-3s in order to grow effectively, and that's why they need fish oil or fish meal with oil in it. And a shortage of these oils makes it difficult to grow these species without them. So there's a lot of research activity currently in trying to find alternatives. And I believe there's a number of companies which have developed now genetically modified grains which produce high levels of omega-3s in their oils, which can then be used as a replacement for fish oil in aquaculture. Another challenge for research and production is actually increasing the growth rate or the productivity from non-fed animal aquaculture. So that's bivalves, the shellfish species, scallops, oysters, mussels, what have you. Developing new technologies, new species, and higher quality species that can perform better and be more highly productive, and to help replace some of the productivity gains that we can't get from continuing to increase fed aquaculture species. This is music to Indonesian ears. There's an opportunity to increase aquatic plant production and use. It doesn't require feeding, and it can be done on a large scale. And indeed, aquaculture of aquatic plants has been increasing quite rapidly. And there's a renewed interest in seaweed aquaculture in particular, including for producing human food, but also for human food ingredients and for industrial chemicals. So that's a real opportunity for research to be developing those opportunities. And finally, there's new aquaculture research around integrated aquaculture. That's culturing several species together, where there's synergies or benefits from having one species growing next to another. Land-based aquaculture and offshore aquaculture as new types of aquaculture activity that have some sustainability advantages. So, for example, this is one of the areas I'm working in at the moment. This is some mussel longline aquaculture in New Zealand, which is a traditional activity. And we've been looking at combining seaweed aquaculture with this activity. And what we're finding is that the detrital material produced by the seaweed is filtered by the mussels, and the mussels grow faster as a consequence of having the seaweeds there. Likewise, the seaweed grows well because they're picking up some of the nutrient released by the mussels. So this form of integrated aquaculture has potential in terms of getting benefit from growing two species more quickly together than growing them apart. Offshore aquaculture is an area that is attracting a lot of attention internationally. It's about growing aquaculture species on a much larger scale and getting benefit from production at scale but moving the whole process offshore out of coastal waters where there's sustainability issues and issues with conflict with other coastal users. It's challenging, it's expensive, but there's a lot of research questions there that need to be answered, and it's generating a great amount of work in that space.
Excuse me, Professor. Let me remind you have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, that's perfect. My timing's perfect.
Okay.
Here's my conclusions. One, what's great is we've got globally, there's an increasing call for science to solve some of the sustainability issues we face in aquaculture and fisheries. Two, there's a really diverse range of challenges and opportunities, which I've outlined in my talk today, that need a diversity of approaches and a diversity of expertise. And thirdly, we need to build off the strong base of research and innovation that's already been established in the aquaculture industry, which has been very effective and has underpinned the phenomenal growth in global aquaculture. And finally, there's a great need to be communicating with one another, collaborating with one another, and sharing information. And I guess that's where I come back to the value of a meeting like this. Is meeting and sharing ideas and information is hugely valuable. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Andrew, for a very wonderful speech today. And then I would like to also remind all the participants who are willing to ask questions to our keynote speaker, just text your question on this chat room with the format I have shared with you. All right, and the next keynote speaker is Professor Salim Mustafa. But before his speech, let me briefly introduce you about him. Professor Salim Mustafa is a professor at Borneo Marine Research Institute of University Malaysia Sabah, who holds the grade of Distinguished Fellow. He is currently doing research on the sustainable aquaculture and food security. Professor Salim has a vast research experience. He has published several books and more than 100 research papers and received many awards and honors. Professor Salim Mustafa is going to talk about technological applications and adaptation in aquaculture for transition towards sustainable development. The speech should be very interesting for us, and without wasting any more time, please welcome Professor Salim Mustafa. Thank you. Hello, Professor Salim.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's very clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the kind introduction. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Good morning to all the participants of this session. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. I am sure by now most of us know that online presentations have pros and cons, so please bear with me if in some discussion points where I could have been more interactive. This presentation revolves around three key issues in aquaculture, namely adaptation, technology, and sustainable development. Let me start off the presentation by highlighting the growing relevance of sustainable aquaculture and seafood security. That is why I have selected this topic. When tracing the history of commercial aquaculture, it is evident that aquaculture started growing rapidly since 1970s and has maintained an annual growth rate of 7.5 to 9.2%. At this rate of growth, the aquaculture has equaled its production to the harvest from capture fisheries in 2017. In 2018, aquaculture production slightly exceeded the quantities landed from capture fisheries. Currently, the global aquaculture consumption is 20 kg per 20.5 kg in 2020. This is rising and is expected to reach 21.5 kg by 2030, that is end of this decade. This means that we will require an additional 25 billion tons of fish by 2030, which is in about 10 years from now. Currently, the question arises from where this additional 21% will come from. Well, if we look at the growth of aquaculture in the last 10 years, an increase of 25 million tons has indeed happened when the aquaculture harvest rose from 57.21 billion tons to 82.1 billion ton, which is 25 billion ton more fish. The question,
Excuse me, Professor Salim.
Yeah.
I think you have not started sharing your screen, PPT. Would you like to share your PPT screen, please? Sorry for interrupting.
No, this. Is it okay now? Sharing a screen? Okay, can you see the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, Professor.
I don't think so. Now can you see? Hello?
Yes, perfect.
Now can you see the screen?
Yes, perfect. Yeah, we can see it very clear.
Yeah, yes, Professor.
Okay, sorry.
All right, and then nothing you can slide it show your screen.
Now? No.
We could see it.
Oh, you can see that. Okay, the question arises from where the additional 25 million tons will come in 10 years. Well, if you look at the growth of aquaculture in the last 10 years, an increase of 25 billion tons has indeed happened when aquaculture harvest rose from 57.21 million tons to 82.1 billion tons, which is 25 years. The question is, can we do the same in the next 10 years, that is producing 25 billion tons by the end of this century, by the end of this decade, sorry. Let us consider what options are there to achieve it. Well, option one is capture fisheries. With declining biological capacity of wild stocks, capture fisheries are unlikely to supply the additional 25 billion tons. However, we could continue to implement the ecosystem approach to fisheries management to gradually improve production. The second option is, of course, aquaculture. Aquaculture has the potential to achieve this level of production, but it must change course to be able to deliver. What is needed for changing the course is, number one, making use of past experience, applying knowledge of science and technology, diversifying aquaculture methods, and adaptation. This calls for a regular intervention and review of outcomes. The number of farmed species has been growing, the farming systems have been diversifying, and more changes are in the offing with the application of so-called smart tools. Now this slide shows the trend is already shifting from capture fisheries towards aquaculture. This trend will become more pronounced from 2020 to 2030, as you can see from this graph. In the past, minimum interventions were able to achieve the demand, as you can see in capturing and growing of fish in the ponds to harvestable size. This is still going on in many places. There are different levels of interventions. A lot more has to be brought under control to exponentially increase production, and this includes captive breeding, larval rearing, feed production, water quality monitoring, among other aspects. Now the demand is for dependable and commercial scale supply of seed, bulk quantities of artificial feeds, brood stock selection, hatchery technologies, recirculating aquaculture systems, and digitalization and automation of aquaculture. Even with the existing technologies, sometimes simple applications produce the desired results, as you can see on the left side, but sometimes more problems are complex and require advanced technology and high technology solutions. As you can see on the artificial feeding, genetic selection, hybridization, gamete preservation. Let us now discuss the drivers of diversification of aquaculture that require different technological applications to yield results. 6 of the drivers are listed here: demand, profitability, competitive edge, system resilience, environmental compatibility, and climate change. This table summarizes the factors behind these drivers of diversification, and you can see that these drivers are namely the demand, climate change, and increased resilience. This slide shows the environmental considerations, and the focus certainly, as pointed out by the earlier speaker, is on low food chain species, nutrient cascading, and those species that produce less ecological footprint. The last two are the profit and competitive edge, driving the change that is basically for adaptations. Groupers provide an example of what drives interest in their culture. It is the demand, profitability, that is market value, climate change, adaptation of grouper hybrids. We have been able in our institute to establish the resilience of grouper hybrids to ocean acidification, so those interested can obtain copy of our publications. The other example is aquaponics and integrated multi-trophic aquaculture system. These are the examples which are of the aquaculture systems that are receiving more attention for a number of reasons that include being the low carbon aquatic farming systems, minimizing resource inputs, ensuring nutrient cascading, producing organic food, and being practically feasible. However, these systems are facing many challenges, which are listed here. Different nutrition requirements of different species, water quality demands of stocked species, biofiltration, systems homeostasis and dynamic equilibrium, knowledge gaps that often depend on the rule of thumb. So in the absence of any scientific data available, people still go by the rule of thumb. Now you can see in this schematic diagram a system that is based on nutrient cascading, closed loops in the production process, despite multiple species being grown in the same unit. This is something that we have been doing here. These systems can be shaped according to practical feasibility and requirement. This is one of the layout of the system that we established. and produce some good results. Our students have a good measure of success in implementing the aquaponics in our institute. They are able to harvest fish as well as vegetables by operating a small scale production unit. We have published this data in our journal. This is a simple design of the farming unit that our students have been using. We have designed many types of such systems and published results of our trials. Those interested in more details can contact us for copies of the reprints. This design has been patented by one of our research groups. A key consideration in any type of aquaculture system is its sustainability, and this involves diversification and innovation. Innovation can happen in many ways, as in search of solutions. Exactly how and in what ways are listed here in the next slide. These are 11 factors listed here that support diversification and innovation in aquaculture, but there could be more factors. As far as the application of technology in commercial aquaculture is concerned, commercial aquaculture looks for new knowledge, new ways of increasing production, and new means of ensuring sustainable development. Captive breeding for seed production, larval rearing, and grow out together with nutrition and health have received more attention. Of course, in the process of production, water quality monitoring, especially gases, nutrients, waste, are important considerations. Many instruments are now available and are regularly improved. The most commonly used one is the YSI gadgets. It continues to enhance in terms of the number and sensitivity of sensors. Many of these gadgets have data logging and data relaying capabilities, which help in efficiently managing the fish farming operations, especially in the hatcheries. There is a growing interest in the application of artificial intelligence. This will combine real-time monitoring and controls to improve efficiency, save energy and cost, and overcome the shortages of technical manpower. We have designed a simple module for the so-called smart aquaculture system, but its practical translation will take time since the right types of gadgets are either not available or are very expensive. Most likely, the big aquaculture enterprises will use these smart technologies. They can afford to use them because of high price of their product and because of expensive technical labor they will save by their deployment. However, with the growing interest in fast tracking progress in certain areas, something called disruptive innovations is raising hopes in finding solutions to the problems. Some of the examples more related to aquaculture are underwater drones, sensors, 3D prints, and robots. Most of these technologies have not been developed for aquaculture, but they are being adapted for this industry. Now, this table shows ways in which these technologies can be adapted for sustainable aquaculture, for example, robots and drones here. There are many applications here, but because of the time shortage, I wouldn't be reading out all of them. The other are sensors. This is about the use of sensors in aquaculture, and we continue to see diversification of sensors and improving their sensitivity. And this is concerning the 3D print, the use of 3D prints In fact, we have used one in constructing fish homes, but there are a lot more applications that can be made out of it. Now, the transformation of current aquaculture practices towards what is called as the smart aquaculture will happen with the advent of Industrial Revolution, or IR4. The real change will happen with the implement of artificial intelligence for monitoring and control of operations, now that they require human judgment and interventions. Most widely used technology tools will be for water quality monitoring in aquaculture systems. A few high technology aquaculture systems in Europe, especially Scandinavia, are bringing in digital technologies in their operations involving Internet of Things. Currently, this is on a very limited scale, mainly for water quality monitoring and control, assessment of fish condition, and condition of the culture facilities. With all these digital gadgets, we can collect a lot more data for more accurate assessment of water quality. This will provide a more comprehensive assessment compared to the water quality index, which we currently use, and that is based on just a few parameters. I think with so much of data, the aquaculture industry will embrace the big data technology. This will be used for determining production efficiency, increasing feed efficiency, and managing the stress of captivity in the fish. It will be particularly useful in integrated aquaculture where multiple species with different water quality requirements, nutritional needs, demands for space, and other requirements for survival and growth are stocked in the same production unit. A combination of shrimp, sea cucumber, and seaweed is among the most common one. These species have very different ecological requirements. Even for some basic water quality parameters, there are differences in their optimum requirements as shown in this table. And this requires us to do some sort of compromise. It will certainly help if your real-time monitoring device relays the data constantly to those managing the hatchery so that the remedial actions could be undertaken. Manual controls will remain in place until such time that AI systems are brought under the operation with the algorithms for bringing about controls if and when factors like water quality need regulation and modulation. A great help will be in determining the water quality index based on large number of parameters. Let me now briefly discuss the transition to a smart ecological aquaculture. This transition to smart aquaculture is not going to happen so fast. It will take time. The reason is that 90% of the aquaculture production takes place in developing countries, and most of the aquaculture enterprises operate on a small or medium scale. They don't have the appetite or resources to invest in expensive, high technology gadgets that are considered under IR4 technologies. Probably large industrial enterprises in affluent countries where market value of fish and staff salaries are high will be tempted to use the AI systems. Aquaculture enterprises in the current phase of development will probably continue with adjustments depending upon the capacity of the enterprises. Some aquaculture industries in developed countries will increasingly use high technology tools, but that too will be a gradual process. However, the digitalization will certainly happen to meet the global fish demand. If enterprises see economic benefits accruing from digitalization and are able to arrange investment, the transformation will be faster. Now, this slide shows what types of production systems and supply chains are most likely to use modern technologies. They are basically the aquaponic systems, integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, algae feedstock, seaweed cultivation, sea farming of low carbon species, and low food chain benthic species, aquaponics under urban conditions, and digitalization of value chains. Digitalization will require a great deal of investment in research and development and through collaboration among these stakeholders. It is important that application of technology is not just for the sake of making aquaculture trendy and smart. It should be rooted in the three dimensions of sustainable development, namely environmental, economic, and societal. In this context, a topic worth pursuing is biomimicry application that seeks knowledge from nature and blends it with technology for shaping aquaculture according to the requirements of sustainable development. The most outstanding examples are aquaponics and integrated multi-trophic aquaculture systems. Many of these environment-friendly farming systems also help in carbon sequestration and can be accepted as aquaculture adaptation to climate change. Most of these systems incorporate local knowledge, use locally available resources in developing culture modules, and can be operated by the indigenous communities through outreach programs. Let me touch on this matter, post-COVID-19 aquaculture. COVID-19 has been such a massive event that it's affected all aspects of our life. It is a topical subject, and certainly a discussion on post-COVID-19 recovery should consider aquaculture as well. Aquaculture suffered tremendously due to supply chain disruption. A post-COVID-19 recovery in this sector is basically about undertaking ecological aquaculture. This is considered as a nature positive aquaculture. The basic elements of nature positive aquaculture include aquaponics and IMTA systems, expansion of aquaculture of unfed species, controlling aquaculture effluents while providing food and biomaterials in a regenerative way that does not require land and fresh water, and appreciating benefits of aquaculture in restored habitats such as mangroves and to encourage others. We need to support this type of aquaculture by addressing some of the challenges that include biosecurity systems, sustainable feeds, environmental thresholds, and not culturing non-native species. At our institute, we are focusing on these aspects, especially environment-friendly feeds, grouper hybrids, biosecurity, aquaponics, and IMTA. These are some of the facilities where the work on these aspects is being carried out in our institutes. The time is, let me move to the conclusions. Aquaculture will continue to play an increasingly important role in global food security. Diversification and development of aquaculture will continue to be driven by demand, cost, resilience, and sustainability in all its dimensions, and advances in science and technology. Application of technologies provides opportunities for increasing productivity and meeting the new challenges and targets. It also carries the risk of widening the disparities among small, medium, and large enterprises, and for that matter, between developing countries and high-income nations. While digital disruptive technologies could transition many of the currently labor-intensive farming operations into hands-off activities through smart devices, but several steps in the production cycle will continue to depend on hands-on approach that has always characterized the success of aquaculture. Progress in seafood production will increasingly be shaped by the criteria of sustainable development, which is a journey, not an end product. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Salim Mustafa, for the interesting speech. Again, I would like to also remind everyone who want to ask questions, just text your questions on the chat room. All right, for the next speaker, we invite Dr. Gunanti Mahasri, who is a researcher, a lecturer, and practitioner in the from the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. He graduated his PhD program in the Universitas Airlangga in the stream immunology, and he is one of the outstanding parasitologists and fish disease researcher in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga. For the third keynote speech, please, Dr. Gunanti Mahasri, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Goyatul. Today, everyone, good afternoon, good morning, still morning. Good morning, everyone, and especially the other speakers and the committee. Now I will present my research. It's entitled.
Excuse me, Dr. Gunanti, could you please share your screen, please?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Untitled, the potential Otamyum penai as an immunostimulant development materials to improve survival rate in Pacific white shrimp, Lithopenaus paname in semi-intensive ponds. I'm Gunanti Mahasri from Department of Fish Health Management and Aquaculture, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. The introductions of my research, the shrimp productions in Indonesia reached still on 2018, reached until 118,000 tons, up from 147,000 tons in 2017. Meanwhile, the export value increased for $1.42 billion to USD to $1.80 billion. But many problems that can influence in the shrimp aquaculture. Herpes pylori is usually caused by disease attacks, which result in the death of the shrimp in a fast time. And the disease can caused by parasite, bacteria, virus, and fungi. In the other hand, the immunity of the system immunity of Pacific white shrimp, which is still primitive, so that it does not have memory cells, does not allow the application of vaccines to fight pathogenic infections. So in this, my research focus, it's about the immunostimulants. Immunostimulant in shrimp culture, I interest because there is not yet a lot of application of immunostimulant in shrimp culture. Immunostimulants are substances that can increase the work of the component of the immune system. Since 2007, I have just reported that immunostimulant of the immunogenic membrane protein Zoothamium pennae with molecular weights of 38, 48, and 67 kilodalton. And the membrane proteins play a role in helping strengthen cell structures in synergy with lipid layers, transport between cells, and the interaction between cell and recognize other cell. The membrane protein Zoothamium pennae has a molecular weight greater than 1,000 daltons and has a complex structure. So it's have a potential of to develop immunostimulant developments. So Zoothamium pennae is one of species of protozoas and from class Ciliate. Is an ectoparasite in shrimp with high prevalence and intensity both in hatchery and in large ponds until now. And Zoothamium pennae can cause zootamiosis on shrimp. The clinical symptoms of zootamiosis on shrimp are respiration disturbance, mobile seeking food, and molting difficulties. While Brownish parasite appear on the body surface, gill with turbid and dirty, anoxia, decreasing activity, immobile, and molting pylor. These are found on all sides of the same with in bones and in hatchery. For illustration, we can see figure infestation Zoothamium pennae on some organ of shrimp. You can see that Zoothamium infests on the tail of the shrimp, and then the second figure, the Zoothamium attacks on body surface and in swimming legs. This all of Zoothamium. Yeah, intensity is high. Maybe in one shrimp can intensities reach until more than 1,000 Zoothamium. In the wake of infestation, you can see the last picture. All of body surface is close by Zoothamium pennae. You can see that the same and close by Zoothamium pennae. Shrimp immune system consists humoral immune response and cellular immune response. The humoral immune response, this aspect of immunity is mediated by macromolecules found in body fluids such as complement proteins and certain antimicrobial peptides. In the crustacean, the humoral immune system includes clotting proteins, agglutinin, hydrolytic enzymes, antimicrobial peptides, and phenol oxidase. And the cellular response is the activity of hemocyte cell, which have an important role in the body's defense system. This is mechanism of the immune system. The response immune on the same consists humoral and cellular hemocyte play. The hemocyte play an important role in same immune system. The system mechanism is, you can see the picture. If any pathogens or the other material substance that enter the body of the same. The hemocyte cell will first be couch the hemocyte and then to be the granulations will occur and release protein release, binding molecular, beta glucan binding protein, LPS binding protein, and so on. So we like to explain these are all of them. The protein release by the degranulation can support the PPR propanol activating enzyme to remove propanol oxidation to phenol oxidation. But the phenol oxidation is can phenols quinones to be quinones and finally to be form melanin. Peroxynexin can the role of the cell additions, degranulation, spreading, opsonization, encapsulation, peroxidase activity, and the clotting protein to helping by transglutaminase will to be clotted. In this picture, you can see blood profile. The hemocyte have cell consists 3 differential hemocyte. You can see semigranular, hyaline, and granular according of the open and online. The research purpose, general purpose is finding and developing materials that can be used as immunostimulants. Special purpose is isolation and characterization of zootomium penile root protein using SDS base. Analyzing the immune response, phagocytosis, total hemocyte count, differential hemocyte counts, as well as the increase in the enzyme superoxide dismutase on Pacific Basin that given zootomium penile protein before stocking in the ponds. And the special purpose is analyzing in the infestation and survival rate of Pacific Basin, then dipping in zootomium penile root protein before stocking in ponds. The research methods, the Pacific white stream seed used in this research is post-larvae type 11, and the stocking density in the pond is 50 fish per square meters. And we're using 2 ponds of 200 square meters, and the maintenance time same is 30, 60, and 90 days in ponds. The test parameters are parasitic infestation, bacterial infestation, viral infection, phagocytic activity, superoxide dismutase, total hemocyte count, differential hemocyte count, and survival rate in Pacific white stream, Lithopenis paname. The supporting parameter is water quality and consists temperature, pH, salinity, dissolved oxygen, and ammonia were measured during the study. And we need growth data and weight of shrimp. The research, the same cultivation during until harvesting. So 90 days. Before at the Zootomium penai crude protein, the dose is 0.003 microgram per liter, and we will observe and check of the test parameter on before at the crude zootomium protein, zootomium penai crude protein, and then the 30 same in pound, and 60 and 90 and harvest in 90 same in pounds. The cultivation of the same during 90 days. Isolation of crude protein zootomium penai, the early its culture of zootomium penai, and then sample preparation for for isolation of crude protein zootomium penai, and then determination of protein concentration by using Biorad protein assay and read with UV visible spectrophotometer with a wavelength of 595 nanometer, and then characterization and purification of crude protein using SDS-based, and the production of polyclonal antibodies against crude proteins, protein immunizations, and rapid determination of antibody titer by ELISA methods and Western blotting. This is how to give crude protein zootomium penai by dipping before the same seed to stocking in ponds. The doses of zootomium penai crude protein is 0 and 0.00. I'm sorry, 0.003 microgram per liter for 5,000 post larvae 11 shrimp seeds by dipping. The dipping of Pacific white shrimp seed before stocking in the pond for 15 minutes, just to the best result in the last my research, and it's according with Van der Braak, a dipping for 15 minutes. The phagocytic activity test, we use performance with cell that it's phagocyte and cell per cell of observed times 100%. We use 50 microliter of hemocyte were inserted into the ependoc that added with Vibrio parahemolyticus. So we use the blood, and after that we get how many activities phagocytic of phagocytosis. The test superoxide dismutase enzyme level. We also use the blood sample where 40 microliter and above for phosphate solution was added to 300 microliter. The method we follow this test of superoxide dismutase enzyme level it's by Yudiati et al. To 2016. The total hemocyton the total hemocyton we use the performance by Ekawati et al. 2012. So the next is differential hemocyton. We use the method from Zainuddin 2007, and the survival rates we use the performance total of the stream lives until the harvesting per total of population times 100%. The results and discussions. Result of characterization of crude protein zooxanthellae pennae. These are two kinds of protein characterized by SDSPs. We get 38 kilodalton, 48, 16, 67, 71, 77, 88, and 104 kilodalton. And then by Western blotting, only 3 crude protein immunogenic can get in this return. These are 38 kilodalton, 48, and 67 kilodalton. This is a result of characterized crude protein zooxanthellae pennae by SDSPs 15% and Comasi blue steins. The first column is the sample and occur, and this the other column is marker. You can see we get 7 pen in this sample, and these are we use marker from the 21 kilodalton until high to 116 kilodalton. This is a characterized crude protein immunogenic by Western blotting. The first column is the number 1 is the marker, is the sample. Can we get 3 band of protein immunogenic. So the result of parasite infestation in shrimp, you can see in the table all of the shrimp whether not dipping in crude protein of zooxanthellae pennae and dipping in crude protein of zooxanthellae pennae is infestation by zooxanthellae pennae, and the high case you can see that the high case is on the shrimp in 90 days in ponds, that are is 46.200 and 257. The treatment without crude protein show higher the total plate count. You can see the results, but the shrimp, the total plate count of Vibrio bacteria by dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai is lower than the not dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai. In this table, in this figure, you can see that so high with the same with dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai, so higher total plate of bacteria Vibrio when compared the treatment with crude protein. According to Ra, crude protein Zoothamium penai are able to activate that phagocytosis mechanism in dealing with bacteria, parasites, virus, and foreign particles. They are considered pathogens. So we can see the result the occur of total hemocyte count. The total hemocyte count increase due to the lectin molecules, and so you can see the total hemocyte count in on same dipping by crude protein of Zoothamium penai is higher than not dipping in crude protein penai of Zoothamium penai. So you can see also on the figure. The increased total hemocyte count, is due the lectin molecules with part of the same immune defense which function to recognize foreign objects, non-self-recognition that enter the body of the shrimp. According to Octaviana, the total of hemocyte decrease, acute infection can occur which can cause death. Now the differential hemocyte count, the first is differential hemocyte count from high hyaline. You can also see the shrimp with dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai is higher than not dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai, and the high case we found on the shrimp 9 days after cultures in pounds. The high case there are 54.25. The differential hemocyte count by granular hemocyte granular. You can see this one is, I'm sorry, this is in bahasa. You can show that the shrimp with give immunostimulant by crude protein and invest para hemolyticus, you can see more or higher than the not crude protein dipping in crude protein Zoothamium penai. The results show that number of hyaline cell in treatment was higher than.
Excuse me, Dr. Kunanti, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thanks you. And so the result of phagocytic activity, you can see that the shrimp dipping in crude protein of Zoothamium penai higher than the not dipping in crude protein penai of Zoothamium penai. Increased phagocytic phagocytic activity of hemocyte is an indicator of increased immune system defense in Pacific vaccine. The entry of foreign bodies in the host body will be responded to by the occurrence of the phagocytosis process, as well as the increase in phagocytis activity. It can be indicated that the addition of immunostimulant in the form of protein 9. The superoxide dismutase is also, you can see, is in the dipping on in protein zoothamium B9 is higher than not dipping in crude protein zoothamium B9. This is a result from specific growth rate. It's also the we get the same with dipping with crude protein B9 is the specific growth rate is also higher than not dipping with zoothamium B9. And the number of I have thus to observe not only by VSSV viroscopy in the last culture that 90 days culture and the harvesting. This the copy of the VSSV total is that not dipping in crude protein zoothamium B9 is 100,000. This is a survival rate. It's by the dipping on crude protein is higher than not dipping. That is 72% and 21%. The quality during the research is a good for optimal for same growth. So the conclusions that crude protein zoothamium B9 has the potential to be developed as an immunostimulant development agent in Pacific Western. And the crude protein zoothamium B9 increases the body's defense, lower decreases infections, and promotes growth and weightiness of the Pacific Basin. And recommendation, put the research needed to overcome pathogenic infection up to 90 days of maintenance can be done with a booster and given through the feed. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gunati Masri, for the presentation. For the next session is the Q&A sessions. So again, I would like to welcome everyone who are willing to ask questions to our speakers today. Anyway, there is one question from Dewa Gediraka, who is a participant from University of Brawijaya. The question is addressed to Professor Andrew. Would you like, excuse me, Dewa Gede, would you like to ask the questions by yourself to Professor Andrew?
Okay, thank you very much. I just write already the questions as you can see in the chat sessions. But well, I have a chance to read it. Okay, monitoring individual fish stock at stock level, you said that may not be implementable under current circumstances of our country, Indonesia. You are stating again that we should implement simpler but implementable stock assessment method that require less detailed data and less technical expertise. Can you mention the methods that hope we can also apply here in Indonesia and still can be accepted on a scientific base? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question, and it's one that the FAO has identified as a major issue for managing fish stocks. I should say, even in New Zealand, where we have a well-developed fish management system, about 25% of our fish stocks are under no management system at all. Because of the cost of gathering that scientific information. So it's not just a challenge for Indonesia, it's a challenge for every country in the world. That the cost of managing fish stocks with good information is very expensive. So I pointed to some of those emerging technologies that may help us. Things like using smartphones to record catches is one way of a relatively low cost of just understanding from a fishery how much fish is landed, so that you can start to understand if there's any changes in the stock levels from the amount of fish being taken. And even at a quite basic level, you can start to use that to try and manage the fish stock over time to see how it responds. So yeah, there is no cheap way of managing fish stocks. It is an expensive business. I guess the counter side of that is that, for some stocks, it's definitely worth doing it, because if you overfish them, the cost of doing that becomes more than the value of doing the research to manage them better. I hope that kind of answers your question.
Thank you, Professor.
You're most welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the answer. Is there any other questions, or instead of typing your questions on the chat room, you can even raise your hand with this application. By the way, me also want to ask questions to Professor Salim because I'm very interested in food security actually. Professor Salim, can I ask you one questions about?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, because we are now facing the coronavirus 19 pandemic, which is also, I think, it can be also a big challenge to ensure the food security in Indonesia, even worldwide. So, in your experience, in your opinion, what is the recommendations of what is the recommended approach in ensuring the food security during COVID-19 pandemic?
We recently experienced...
In the scope of Fisheries, for sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Recently, we experienced a serious supply chain disruption. The farmers were not able to market their products. Consumers were not able to obtain the supplies of fish. The aquaculture industry suffered the most, because here in our city, Kodakanabalu, the live food industry is very important, very economical, and this is supported to a great measure by the tourists. So the arrival of tourists was suspended, and those who are growing high value species of fish like grouper, they suffered the most. They have been keeping this fish for a long time. We have suggested that a post-COVID recovery should include urban farming systems. And the urban farming systems could be in the form of aquaponics, especially, and to a little extent, IMTA systems. In the meantime, we have established a research group for examining the supply chain disruptions, what can be done, whether the supply chain can be digitalized so that the producers are able to market their product. So these are some of the possibilities that we have explored to address the food supply disruptions in case there is another such event, unfortunately. This is our suggestion for this question. Hope I am able to answer your question.
Okay, for sure, yes. Thank you very much, Professor Salim. Anyway, I also have ever heard about urban agriculture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in your point of view, is that possible to be implemented in the developing countries like Indonesia in order to ensure the food security?
Indonesia, fortunately, and also Malaysia, we have a lot of land areas and systems of food production like aquaponics can be implemented in our households.
Right.
Unlike, for example, if you go to Hong Kong or Singapore, where the land is in a short supply, so fortunately.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Salim, for information for sure.
You are welcome.
And the next question is from Sabto Andriono from Universitas Airlangga. The question is addressed to Dr. Gunanti Mahasri. Dr. Sabto, would you like to state your questions yourself, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Koyatil, moderator. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. And good morning, Dr. Gunanti. I just want to know the detailed mechanism of the crude protein, which is your already isolate from zootamnium. Mechanism work in how to prevent the shrimp, especially Panama shrimp, able to gain of bacterial disease, especially in Vibrio. And the second question, why just crude protein? Do you have information if this protein more pure or something, maybe more powerful than crude protein? Okay, just two questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for Mr. Sabto for your question. It's a good question for me. And the mechanisms how the crude protein to preventing bacterial disease in shrimp. It's like my PPT. You can see where and when the bacterial pathogens attack include to the bacteria to the body of the same, enter the body of the same, the hemocyte cell will be first caught and hemocyte degranulation will occur. No, and then you know, but in the bacteria have a beta glucan binding protein, lipopolysaccharide binding protein, and peptidoglucan binding protein, and then cause the hemocyte count, then the to be degranulation and release many protein. So if the bacteria attach and in the same, the hemocyte count it will increase, and the protein of crude zootamnium peni will cause the hemocyte count to degranulation, and then to be release the peroxynosin. Total hemocyte count is increased, and the degranulation of cell of hemocyte will support the propanol oxidase activating enzyme to remove the propanol oxidase to propanol oxidase, and then the propanol oxidase will be move the phenols to be quinones, and then the finally will be happens melanation, and then the finally result the melanin. And the other side, the clotting protein of degranulation release will be moved by transglutaminase to be clot, and then the peroxidazine peroxidine will be support cell adhesion, degranulation, spreading over opsonification, encapsulation, and peroxidase activity. Why I use only the crude protein of zootomium, because I will done by one step. Now, last year I done whole protein zootomium penai, and then in this years I done the research about the crude protein, because with the crude protein and whole protein is have a protein with the high molecular weight, then higher than 1 kilodalton molecular weights. So it's the potential to be development of immunostimulant on shrimp. This my answers, Master Sabta. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. How is Dr. Sabto? Is that helping?
Yeah, yes, thank you. It's very clear, and maybe for the future or further research about the crude protein will be beneficial for shrimp aquaculture in Indonesia. Good luck,
Okay.
Dr. Gunanti. Success. Thank you.
Okay.
Master Sabto.
All right. The next one, there's a question from Sobrina Silmi. She is a EPP University student and wants to ask questions to Professor Andrew. Sobrina, could you please state your question yourself?
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Sabrina Sini.
Excuse me.
I'm a master's student in administration.
It's not clear.
And my question is actually it's missing one. Actually, it's for Professor Andrew as well as Professor Salim. Mostly, I would like to prepare. You want to fix?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you. We suggest you to turn on your turn off your
Sorry.
video, I guess, because
okay, sorry for the distraction.
no
Okay,
problem. Okay, please.
Okay, so based on your preferences, would you like what kind of sector that we would like that you would like to fix first to reach the sustainable development, between environment aspect or the nutrient aspect? As we all know that these two aspects are how to say, not contradictory but also cooperative together. However, some of the research are focusing on that one, but not how to say joined together. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
I think you wrote about the nutrient from aquaculture. Is that the question? Sorry, can you? Yeah, it's just it's a little bit broken at my end.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so based on your preferences, which one would you like to? Which one would you prefer to fix, between the environment aspect or the fish nutrient aspect? Because all of them are important, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be one aspect that we probably more important than others. Thank you.
Oh, I think we've got to address both of them. They're both important, and the important challenges. And given the worldwide, as a research community, we should be working together worldwide to tackle those issues. There'll be regional differences, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, the solutions will come that will be applicable worldwide. And so I think, you know, we need to be working together to solve both problems, not picking one or the other. Hopefully that answers your question.
How is Sabrina?
Maybe
is that helping to answer your questions?
Well, okay.
Perhaps,
I think yeah, it's okay. So both of them are related, right?
Yeah, but perhaps Professor Mustafa has a different viewpoint. I'd be interested to hear what he thinks.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
please,
thank you very
Professor
much.
Salim.
Actually, both finfish and shellfish can be cultured in sustainable ways. It depends mainly on the status of the fish in the food chain. A low food chain species is more sustainable. Your specific question about the nutrient, there are certain food aquaculture systems like aquaponics or integrated multi-tropic aquaculture system where there is a nutrient cascading. Cascading means that when the fish produces waste, that waste is a food for other species to grow. Uh, there is always some trade-off between environment and the food. The integrated aquaculture systems actually are based on making compromises, how to protect the environment and how to make maximum benefit from minimum inputs. So this basically operates on the principle of increasing production with minimum inputs or producing something out of nothing. This is my answer to your question. Did I answer your question?
Hello, Sabrina.
Yes, clearly. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Salim and Professor Andrew, for the answers for Sabrina's questions.
Clear. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. There is also one question from Nina from Universitas Airlangga, but she requested me to read the question for her. Can you share? The question is addressed to Dr. Andrew. The question is, can you share how to handle microplastic pollutions maybe in your country? Is there any effort from government or stakeholder to overcome or decrease microplastic pollution, especially in ocean?
Yes. What is interesting in New Zealand is that the initiative is coming from the community. So last year, the community lobbied the government to ban the use of plastic bags in supermarkets. And the government responded by introducing a ban. So from the start of this year, you cannot have takeaway plastic bags in any shops. So there's a start. So the community's now setting its sight on other plastic packaging, and the government has just released a discussion document discussing the concept of reducing plastic packaging waste to reduce waste. And I've got no doubt that the public pressure will come on to put more and to remove more and more plastic out of production. The European Union has gone far further. They've introduced a ban on single-use packaging. So that's plastic that's used once for packaging food, particularly for takeaway food items, for example. And I think that ban comes in 2025 across the whole of Europe. So there's an example where the government has led the ban on plastics ahead of the community. But in New Zealand, it's been driven very much by the community being concerned about the environmental effects of plastic, and they're pushing the government to put more measures in place. So I think it's about the more we learn, the more concern there is in the community, and the more there's the evidence to take action. And so and communities are wanting to make for a better environment, so they're taking action, which is good.
All right. Talking about microplastic, actually, I remember about a joke, a picture joke. It was a seller, and fish seller and the fish buyer. When the fish buyer asks plastic to the seller, and the seller said that the plastic was already inside the fish. That is also very interesting for me as a fish processing scientist, because this is actually also a big problem for us for the food safety as well. And I think this is the last question from still from the same person, Dewa Gediraka. Would you like to ask by yourself?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would raise a concern from all of us, particularly to Professor Andrew Gregg. As you mentioned that in your presentation, that currently our stock fishery, more than 30% of our global stock fishery are under overfishing, under pressure, so to say. You said that this resulted in $1 million loss of income. To gain back the money, we need to reduce our fishing pressure. I read once from a report on FAO and World Bank that if we can reduce 50% of our fishing fleet, then we can bring back more than 50 million a year from capture fishery. So every country or region should put in place a policy to really reduce the fishing pressure. Do you have any experience from the country who implement already to reduce fishing place policy to reduce fishing pressure, and the impact already been seen that it's resulted increased income from the capture fisheries? Thank you.
Okay, that's an excellent question. Yes, my country is one that has done exactly that. The government nearly 15, 20 years ago slashed the fleet. And it was very contentious and a lot of political blood was spilt, but it was worth doing because the fish stocks were being overfished. There were too many fishers and boats operating, and it was grossly inefficient, and we weren't getting the productivity from the fisheries. So the government basically reduced the numbers of boats, the numbers of fishers, and the amount of fish caught for almost every single fishery in place. And they ended up having to buy a lot of the fishermen out, so pay them to get out of the fishery or buy their boats. But in the long run, the value that's come back from the fisheries would have paid the government back several times over, just because of the increased tax take, the stability for people around jobs, around employment. It's made a huge economic difference. So there are, it's not just New Zealand, other countries have done the same. And it's a very politically difficult thing to do, but once you've done it, you get some of those economic value back for the benefit of the whole country. So, and it starts to pay for itself, that initial cost of doing it.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
I hope our country, our policy maker can go to your country to take the lessons learned.
They're welcome to visit any time, but they can't at the moment. Our borders are locked down. So
yeah, it is also very interesting actually to travel to New Zealand for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Please do visit when the borders are down again. Borders are open again. It'd be great to have you visit, and our fisheries industry and managers would be very happy to meet with you and talk about their experience of reducing the pressure on the fishery.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Andrew, for the answer. Anyway, I think this is the last, this is the end of the keynote speech sessions. I would like to thank you all very much for our three distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Andrew from New Zealand, Professor Salim from Malaysia, and Dr. Gunanti from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia, for a very wonderful speech today. And also, I would like to also thank you very much to all the participants who pay attention a lot to this speech. And I personally also want to acknowledge to the committee member of the Third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences. It is such a privilege for me to lead this agenda. Okay, I think that's all for me. I want to apologize if there is something inconvenience. For me, I think enough, and I will back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goyatul Amin. Also, me as the Masters of Ceremony, we would like to thank the excellencies of our keynote speaker, Professor Andrew Greg Jeffs, Professor Salim Mustafa, and Dr. Gunanti Mahasri, and also Mr. Goyatul Amin.
We also would like to present our gratitude to the keynote speakers by symbolically showing their certificate.
So, excuse me. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Actually, we really want to stand next to you and give this certificate to all keynote speaker, Professor Andrew Jab, Professor Salim Mustafa, and also Dr. Gunanti Mahasri. However, due to this kind of situation, we have to do it through online, and maybe as soon as this event finish, we will send the certificate to your email. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have break time. While having a break, we will also present posters from our participants. We will be very pleased to have all audience to have a look at the posters being presented later. To be noted, after the break, our next agenda will be speeches and oral presentation that will be started at 1 p.m. Therefore, we expect all participants to be here again at 12:45 p.m. Before I end this session, I would also like to remind all of the participants to rename their display name to the name that is also required by the committee, because it will ease the committee to break you into the rooms later for the next session. So thank you very much. Now, please enjoy your break time and see you all later.
Thank you.
Hello everyone.
Aisyah yang ngajak ya. Yes, tapi
Ini panitia mau tanya dong, ini gimana muka saya kalau ada ininya jadi begini? Mas Amin.
Nggak kelihatan ya mukanya ya Bu Padma ya?
Di filter Mbak, di virtual setting background kayaknya, di settingnya.
Iya. Di itu di start
Gitu
video.
kan, jadi aku nggak.
Dicoba dulu aja kalau
Screen-nya
nggak bisa.
centang.
Hah? Just
Di WA aja kali.
Kenapa?
Mohon menggunakan jaringan yang lain.
Sholat dulu Min, sholat dulu Min. Serius, sholat dulu, sholat, karena sholat. Kak. Di depan masjid loh, depan masjid loh, nak. Hah? Uangnya ambil di situ loh.
Satu juta kali 10.000. Nah, kita dipasangkan musuhnya. Jurnalisnya, berarti yang foto-foto-fotonya, nggak boleh dengan Indonesia kan nggak mungkin.
Sedikit kalau buat kursus
Cek, cek.
Halo Pak Fatma. Halo.
Cek, cek. Halo.
Halo.
Halo, ini kita masih ngumpul dulu ya, bukan peruangan ya?
Udah di ruangan ini ya? Belum. Harusnya di ruangan sudah ini Pak. Ini room 2 kayaknya.
Sepertinya sudah masuk ruangan Pak beberapa.
Ya.
Oh, ke ruangan masing-masing ya?
Nanti akan di breakout oleh panitia.
Waalaikumsalam. Ini itu sudah tak kasih linknya. Namamu nanti di rename ya. 1 itu adalah kelasnya, 1 itu adalah roomnya, kelasnya, terus AT itu adalah aquaculture teknologi, terus namamu. Ya, oke, ya, kasih. Tadi kamu udah latihan masing-masing artikel berapa menit? Oke, sip. Ya, kasih.
Ini room 7 atau bukan?
Bukan Ibu.
Jadi saya harus pindahnya di mana?
Nanti akan dipindahkan langsung sama panitianya Ibu. Jadi
Berarti stay di sini aja ya?
ya nanti akan dipindahkan otomatis. Waktunya.
Halo. Maaf, ini masih ada peserta di sini ya. Harusnya sudah masuk ke ruangan. Ini untuk panitia semuanya. Yang peserta siapa saja di sini? Boleh minta informasinya biar kita minta panitia untuk.
Saya belum dipindah.
Oke.
Karena saya. Mas Amin, karena rename-nya belum di rename Mas Amin. Jadi
sudah panitia... ini saya 7 MS Dewi Dayati dari sejak masuk sudah.
Oh iya, sudah ada itu. Jadi minta tolong siapa Mas Feril, siapa yang panitianya untuk segera memasukkan.
Baik. Ya.
Mohon informasi siapa lagi?
Saya ini Ahmar Malawa.
Ahmar Malawa.
Bapak ya, saya tadi sudah rename itu.
Coba minta tolong di rename sekali lagi Pak, Bapak biar panitia tahu di mana mau dimasukkan, ruangan apa gitu.
Enggak perlu lift ya.
Enggak, di rename di nama linknya saja, Bu. Mohon
sudah.
Maaf. Di mana?
Jadi sudah saya.
Nah, seperti nama Bu Dewi ini Pak Ahmar.
Di mana di rename itu? Jika di Persipan dulu ya.
Bentar. Di sini ada KSK, di sini siapa di sini?
Ya Pak, ada saya Pak.
Oke. Minta tolong itu di handle ya.
Bu Dewi sudah saya move. Mungkin di layarnya bisa diklik join Bu.
Di join belum Bu mungkin?
Iya. Sudah saya move.
Join Bu.
Terus?
Sudah nanti otomatis.
join.
Pak, untuk saya
Mas Khairul, ya kok nggak ada join-nya ya?
Ini tadi sudah rename ini, kenapa tidak berubah lagi ini?
Saya kok masih di sini.
Masih di sini.
Oke.
Apa saya live dulu aja dah?
Jangan Bu, no. Jangan live dulu, nanti akan ada panitia yang
Sebentar. Mohon maaf Bu Dewi, bisa klik breakout room nggak Bu di bagian bawah?
Ya,
aman. Oke.
Pakai menu apa yang mana?
Yang di bawah ada
Oh, iya,
breakout room.
Oh, ya.
Nah, Ibu klik itu nanti akan muncul join gitu.
Ini tadi sudah.
Oke, ampun. Lah sekarang siapa lagi? Pak Ahmar. Monggo, siapa minta tolong KSK dibantu.
Keluar ke room utama dulu, Jeng.
Report di sini.
Ada AS Budiman juga.
Ini ARM 2, room 2 saya.
Oke, room 2.
Suruh ke room utama dulu.
Siapa KSK di sini sudah di breakout ke Pak Amar nih, Pak Ahmar.
Pak
Ahmar.
Di room 2.
Room 2.
Sebentar, Pak. Hah? Udah muncul Pak di saya atas nama Pak Ahmar.
Oh, sudah
Sudah masuk sepertinya ya.
Oke, siapa lagi?
Ini Lena, ini baru ganti.
saya Pak Eri Suyanti.
Oke, Eri Suyanti, monggo KSK, tolong.
Mbak Eri room berapa?
Room berapa? Oh, Eri.
3 sama Zikra.
Oke.
Sama
Kamu nggak
Zikra.
rename sih, Eri. Room 3 ya, ayo. Room 3 sama Zikra ya, mana Zikra. Oke,
Saya Pak Safrina Sari, room 5 Pak.
Bentar.
Safrina Sari room 5 ya. Topiknya apa?
Jadi dulu sih. Like Kak.
Mohon bersabar karena harus dipindah satu-satu.
Pak, saya ke room 3 Pak.
Untuk lebih mudah mungkin bisa di rename dulu.
Di chat.
Nggak di rename di linknya.
Ya, untuk memudahkan pekerjaannya panitia mungkin peserta bisa merename dulu, nanti langsung saya masukkan kalau sudah di rename.
Ini KSK ada yang salah room atas nama MS Ardiani 7 MS Ardiani Putri. Dia harusnya room 7 tapi masuknya ke room 1.
Pak Yusuf, mohon maaf Pak, bukan ditulis begitu, mungkin dia ini biar panitia lebih gampang identifikasi. Terima kasih.
Untuk awal ini roomnya cuman masih 4 Pak, karena mengikuti invited speaker.
Iya,
Setelah
sesuaikan, makanya tadi kan ada 7 room.
Iya, Pak.
Ada yang digabung-gabung kan. Kalau dia bilang room 7, tolong dicek di bagian jadwal itu ada room 7 itu masuk ke mana. Misalnya room 7 itu ekonomis itu masuk ke room 4 berarti.
Belum masuk room Pak.
Apa lagi? Zakiah. Bentar.
Kaiso. Yo kok kayak dari smart YouTube. Belum.
Halo Fauzan.
Ya, Pak Amin.
Mungkin ini kan lumayan banyak nih, ada 27 orang. Kayaknya banyak peserta juga. Jadi tolong ingatkan untuk rename gitu ya.
Iya, Pak. Udah saya chat juga di room ini, jadi mungkin bisa dilihat aja. Takutnya saya juga beberapa ada yang mungkin tidak mendengar instruksi, jadi visual kayaknya lebih oke begitu, Pak.
Oke.
Mungkin akan saya ulang lagi. Iya, Pak.
Jadi lumayan banyak, masih ada Yoki udah berkurang, sudah 26.
Saya chat lagi di room ini.
Oke. Mas Feril?
Mohon perhatian untuk partisipan yang belum masuk ke room sesuai dengan topik, bisa mengganti namanya dulu sesuai format yang ada di chat ya. Jadi diganti dengan format nomor topik, _kelas, _nama, supaya memudahkan panitia untuk memasukkan ke room masing-masing. Terima kasih. Apa ada pertanyaan ya dari partisipan yang belum mengganti namanya dan belum masuk ke ruangan? Bisa langsung ditanyakan.
Bagi yang sudah merubah namanya, mungkin bisa menunggu sebentar lagi, karena nanti akan dipindah secara otomatis oleh operator. Sekali lagi kami ingatkan kepada peserta yang belum merubah display name-nya sesuai dengan ketentuan. Harap diubah agar operator dapat memasukkan peserta sekalian ke room yang sudah ditentukan.
Untuk format dari nama yang ditentukan bisa dilihat di kolom chat dan bisa diganti sesuai dengan masing-masing. Sesuai dengan name masing-masing.
Mungkin bisa di tutorial mengganti namanya mungkin masih ada yang bingung.
Iya, oke. Jadi bagi peserta mungkin bisa mengarahkan kursor langsung ke video masing-masing. Nanti ada muncul tanda titik 3, lalu klik rename. Di rename ini lalu diisi dengan angka pertama, yaitu adalah angka topik yang peserta inginkan, maksud saya yang di paper tersebut, lalu underscore, lalu isi dengan inisial dari room-nya, misalnya jika marine science maka akan ditulis MS, lalu underscore nama. Seperti yang sudah ditulis dalam kolom chat, bisa dicek lagi.
Halo, siang.
Iya.
Siang.
Mbak Alvita, ini saya ganti ininya.
Oh siap, Bapak.
Formatnya.
Heeh.
Saya udah dimasuk room 7 atau masih di ruang utama, ruang 1 tadi ya? Tadi yang pertama dipindahkan ke ruang 1.
Oh, tapi Bapak topiknya Marine Science?
Iya, betul.
Oh ya, ditunggu aja Bapak. Mungkin.
Pak Mo Yusuf ya?
Ya, ditunggu aja ya Pak ya.
Ya, makasih.
Terima kasih.
Mungkin peserta bisa melihat ke kolom chatnya kembali, karena saya baru mengirimkan nomor dari tiap topik agar bisa disesuaikan kembali. Jadi ada aquaculture teknologi nomor 1, fish nutrition nomor 2, fish diseases nomor 3, marine science nomor 4, aquatic resource management nomor 5, fisheries management nomor 6, dan fisheries socio-economics nomor 7.
Mohon peserta dicek di layar masing-masing. Jika ada breakout, silakan diklik. Sepertinya sudah dikirimi ini untuk join room. Cuman kadang tertutup kursor atau tertutup file yang lain. Apakah sudah ada menu breakout di layar masing-masing? Apakah sudah ada menu breakout?
Saya masih belum.
Yang atas nama Mbak?
Diani.
Iya, nih.
Putri.
Belum ada menu breakout-nya belum ada.
Menu breakout-nya mengarahkan ke room 1, sedangkan saya di room 7 seharusnya.
Oh, begitu. Mohon bisa diketik dia nih Mbak, anunya apa? Name-nya atas nama, nanti saya sampaikan ke panitia.
Iya.
Untuk Pak Muh Yusuf, apa sepertinya sudah ada menu breakout-nya?
Halo?
Iya.
Jadi kan saya itu kan room-nya room 7.
Baik.
Topiknya mengenai marine science. Jadi gimana? Pertamanya.
Ada menu breakout, Pak. Mohon di layar Bapak, mungkin sudah tersedia menu breakout.
Di menu breakout, coba ya dilihat ya. Di chattingan atau di mana ya?
Di ini, di layar. Dia bagian dari menunya Zoom.
Oh ya, bagian dari menunya Zoom. Oke, ya, oke.
Ada. Ya Mas ya. Iya. Iya, benar. Iya. Iya, sudah panik ya. Iya, Mas. Ya. Ya. Benar. Iya, benar, Mas. Iya, karena beberapa peserta sudah nggak bisa masuk karena rename-nya nggak di rename gitu. Iya, Mas.
Mohon maaf Mbak Rahayu. Permisi Mbak Rahayu.
Put.
Iya.
Sepertinya, mungkin boleh saya tanyakan topik yang diambil apa ya?
Mengenai absorben.
Di topik marine science.
Iya.
Sepertinya kalau marine science seharusnya ditulis ini nomor 4 seharusnya sepertinya.
Di room-nya ditulis saya nomor 7.
Itu di mananya? Room tulisan yang di mananya?
Di jadwal itu.
Oh, gitu.
Harusnya Mbak di room 1, di room 7 ya. Ini breakout-nya ke room 1 begitu.
Iya.
Oh. Ya, ini saya sampaikan.
Oke.
Mohon bantuannya, Pak. Halo.
Ya.
Ya, ya.
Halo. Ya, sudah
Ya.
rename, Bu, tapi belum bisa masuk ke room 1.
Ya, bagi yang sudah rename bisa ditunggu sebentar, Pak. Jadi operator sedang melakukan breaking, sedang berjalan.
Ya, terima kasih. Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Adina. Loh, ini apa? Mbak Nina sekarang ada di rumah mana? Oh gitu. Nah, enggak, Mbak Nina sekarang ada di rumah mana? Oh. Oh gitu. Aduh. Bentar, Pak. Aduh, ini anu apa? Iya, ya, Mbak, ya, Mbak. Aduh ya, oh iya. Oke, boleh. Oh, aduh. Sudah, yang penting Mbak Nina aja di dalam. Penting Mbak Nina aja di dalam. Oke.
Permisi untuk Mbak Rahayu.
Iya.
Kami dapat informasi kalau jika Mbak Rahayu memilih topik marine science, seharusnya menomorinya dengan angka 1, bukan angka 7. Jadi mungkin bisa diubah menjadi 1 dulu, sehingga nanti bisa diarahkan kembali sama operator.
Berarti tidak sesuai dengan jadwal itu ya?
Kalau di sini memang marine science itu room 1 awalnya, jadi
Oh,
nanti
iya Mbak, benar
dimasukkan,
Mbak.
ya,
Jadi Mbak,
dimasukkan ke 4 room dulu, baru nanti dibagi lagi menjadi 7. Jadi Mbak harap mungkin angkanya diubah menjadi 1 dulu.
iya.
Oh iya, baik.
Iya, sebenarnya yang Mbak Rahayu di penomorannya saja ini.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Pak Fauzan.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, Pak.
Mohon maaf Pak, ini atas nama Nirzalin, kan
Ya.
di kelompok Marine Science. Untuk
Ya.
join ke Marine Science-nya gimana Pak ya?
Kalau marine science sama seperti tadi, seharusnya nomornya Bapak ganti menjadi 1, Pak, bukan 7.
Oh gitu ya.
Ya.
Ini di depan ada di layar ini muncul the host is inviting you to join breakout room.
Oke.
MS join
Oke.
aja ya berarti ya.
Ya, mungkin join dulu aja Bapak.
Nah, join baru nanti di depannya ganti 1 gitu ya.
Mungkin join dulu aja Bapak.
Oh ya, baik, terima kasih Pak Fauzan.
Ada yang belum masuk room? Ya. Pak Dendi Mahabror. Apa sudah menerima menu breakout? Untuk Bu Sukoismi, mohon di rename Ibu.
Halo, ada KSK di sini? Halo. Halo. Halo.
Mohon KSK. Ya, di sini ada ini ya KSK.
Siapa KSK-nya? Halo. Mas Feril, bisa dikontak ke orang KSK?
Ya ini, kata Mbak Nyut langsung ditanyakan di menu ini, di room ini. Tapi panitia KSK-nya belum ada respon ini. Ini FMKSK, siapa ini?
Ini ada peserta atas nama 1AT Muhammad ini minta dimasukkan ke room 1.
Iya.
Harusnya mereka standby ya.
Apa mereka juga kena breakout ya? Tapi ini ada
di sini harusnya ada.
FMKSK. Oh, sudah nggak ada malah Mas ini. Saya sampaikan ya.
Ya.
Di room utama.
Nanti Mas Fauzan dapatkan nama-nama tersebut dari Pak Feril ya untuk ke best presenter sama
Ya.
best oral.
Kita ada
Oke.
grup sendiri. Itu nanti saya share di situ langsung.
Oke, terima kasih.
Mohon izin Pak, bisa dengar suara saya ya?
Ya,
Suara saya bisa didengar?
bisa.
Jelas atau?
Ya, jelas. Yang lain bagaimana? Saya cukup jelas.
Jelas.
Oke.
Bagi peserta yang di sini diingatkan kembali agar harap bisa merename display name-nya sesuai dengan topik yang dipilih agar bisa dimasukkan ke room yang sudah ditentukan panitia.
Ada Bu Gun lagi minta dimasukkan ke room 3. KSK masih belum ada ya.
Cek, KSK apa sudah masuk? Ya, KSK apa sudah masuk panitia?
Masuk Feril, ada apa?
Oke, ini Pak Wahyu. Tinggal sedikit yang belum masuk ke room.
Minta tolong dimasukkan Bu Gun nanti Mas Asri ke room 3.
Oke.
Iya, bentar Pak. Amin.
Baik,
Proses
baik,
ya.
baik. Ada AT Anur. Oh, ini Mas Hadi sepertinya ya. Oh, Mas Hadi.
Yang lain ganti format dulu.
Iya. Mohon peserta yang lain rename dulu sebelum dimasukkan ke room yang sesuai. Mbak Daruti, Firda Rosa Avila ini siapa?
Sepertinya ini mahasiswa semua pakainya atau
mahasiswa ya.
Atau iya mungkin bukan peserta, mungkin soalnya nggak merespon dari tadi.
Baik, sepertinya semua peserta, semua presenter sebenarnya sudah ke ruangan masing-masing sepertinya.
Ya, kayaknya seperti itu ya.
Baik, Pak Wahyu, semua sudah ada di ruangan masing-masing.
Oke, terima kasih.
Pak Hadi mungkin.
Ini masuk lagi nih.
Ada masuk lagi nih. Oke.
Pak Hadi mungkin bisa diklik join ya.
Pak Hadi pengen tinggal di sini bersama kita.
Oh.
Pak Hadi lama-lama di Taiwan kayak artis Taiwan jadinya.
Pak. Saya tadi langsung keluar. Sudah. Halo. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak.
Maaf, Mbak. Tadi saya nggak sengaja keluar karena sinyalnya putus. Boleh dimasukkan ke breakout lagi?
Oh ya, saya sampaikan ya, Pak.
Oh, boleh, boleh.
Ditunggu, Pak.
Oke, matur nuwun. Terus penggunaan apa, Nggo? Enggak ada
Halo. Tadi yang keluar dari breakout room siapa? Dan butuh bantuan dimasukkan lagi.
Sepertinya sudah, Pak.
Sudah ya, oke, makasih.
Sudah.
Sudah Bu Darati, Pak Daruti, makasih.
Ya.
Oke, Pak Amin, terima kasih.
Mas Amin.
Ya. Gimana Mas Feril?
Ini ada yang belum masuk room.
Sepertinya telat.
THE lebih tinggi.
KSK, please help me to move in room number 2. Committee, anybody can help me? Halo Mas Darmawan.
Ayo sholat dulu.
KSK bisa bantu saya pindah ruang?
Pak Sabto,
Ya.
mau pindah mana?
Saya ke ARM, ada presentasi.
Mau ke ARM?
Iya, tadi habis dari FM. Yang bisa pindah coba Pak.
Saya juga Pak, ada presentasi ke room 1.
Ada yang pindah lagi tuh Pak. Mbak Tianira.
Room 1 Aquaculture.
Teknologi.
Ya.
Iya, saya juga pindah ke ARM ini.
Pak Sabto, mohon namanya kalau mau pindah diganti.
Sudah Pak, itu 2 ARM kan tadi FM. Sudah sesuai ID yang mau dituju.
Oke. lagi mau pindah di, diganti dulu ekstensinya, ekstensi namanya diganti. Nah.
Mati.
Kita ambil tadi.
Cek, cek, cek.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
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 Yeah, as we wait for other participants to join us again, I think there's still like 50% of the participant who hasn't joined us yet. Well, maybe we could use this time to, well, for me to ask you about how do you feel for this one day following this conference. Maybe I'm just gonna ask my colleague, Master of Ceremony first, Salsa.
Yes.
So, you know, in the meantime, while other participant was doing the presentation, what did you do?
I'm looking for the poster and I saw some paper.
Wow.
Yes.
You sounded very, very busy. Do you want to know what I did?
What you did?
Well, I spent like 30 minutes sleeping. Like, yeah, I mean, like
that's reasonable.
There was like 2 hours of me not doing anything. So yeah, sleeping was the best option for me, of course.
Sounds like
so
me.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for you. Thank you for myself for resting my body. So maybe, well, just to kill some time, I just wanna ask some other participant. Maybe, well, I can see your name, Mr. Honey. Mr. Honey, I choose you randomly. So can you please open your camera so I can talk with you? Or maybe he's not
here.
Yeah, maybe he's not on the screen, but it's okay. Well, I'm kind of sad though, because you know, I'm feeling kind of a bit neglected, but it's okay.
You don't have to be sad.
They're
Like
still.
they have their
It's
own
okay.
time, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe
I mean,
we
there are
can
still
ask other.
93 other participants. So yeah, you're
Mhm.
right. There are still 93 other participants. So I would like to ask you, maybe. Do you want to choose someone, Salsa? Maybe you can just pick one name. But don't be nervous, guys. I mean, maybe by Salsa picking your name, you will win lottery worth of $1 billion.
Actually, I kind of confused because not all the
Mhm.
participant is opening their camera, so
Oh
I'm not
yeah,
sure
you're
if
right.
they're here or not.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, yeah, you're right. It's kind of a bit subtle. I mean, I really want to see you guys' faces. I mean, I've been alone for the past 2 hours. I really need some friends right now.
Maybe you can ask the person who actually opened the camera, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, I mean, why didn't I think of that? So, maybe.
Choose one.
Yeah, Mr. Dewa Gede.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mister?
Yeah,
Hello.
let know.
Good
I'm okay.
afternoon.
Yeah, no.
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Where are you right
Still
now?
great.
That's
I'm in Ubud, Bali.
Oh, okay, that's good. I mean, in what city?
Ubud.
Ubud, Bali. Oh my God, I've always wanted to go there. I mean, beautiful place.
So please come.
Who is it there?
If you provide my ticket, I will gladly come.
To gain a ticket, you need to do a rapid test first.
You're right.
Did you
Yes,
already?
you're right. No, well, even though if I did a rapid test, I missed one very important thing, which is money. I don't have money to buy a ticket.
Fauzan, you can work out yourself, right?
Yeah, you're right,
Where can
actually.
buy your ticket?
Yeah, maybe we can start a donation to buy me a ticket to go to Ubud, Bali to see Mr. Dewa here.
Yeah,
don't pay your UKT yet. Then use the money from your UKT to go to Bali. Then
I already paid it. So yeah, I mean, I would have if you told me to come earlier though. I already paid it. So Mr. Dewa Gede, how do you feel about today's conference?
pretty busy, hearing many presenters. Quite interesting. I learned so much more than I expected before. You know?
Oh, what did you expect it anyway, sir?
Yeah, just as usual, the seminar. But during the presentation from Professor Andrew, I took many lessons learned from fisheries, especially in New Zealand, Australia.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really good to hear that from you, sir. I mean, this INCOFIMS, this International Conference on Marine Science, has been held for 3 years. This is the 3rd year, and
Yes,
we really hope.
Listen to me.
We really.
Yes.
I participate
in every
seminar.
Oh wow! Wow, that's very awesome. Very awesome. Yeah, we really hope that next year you will join us again.
Of course.
Of course.
Speaker.
There's always
Speaker,
surprises.
Mr. Gede.
Sorry?
Keynote speaker.
Oh yeah. Next year maybe you can be the keynote speaker, sir.
No.
Yeah, don't you want to upgrade yourself? I mean, 3 years as participant.
I'm very old already. Well, I have the subject. I'm not that expert.
The older you get, Well, the older you get, the more knowledge that you have. I mean, you can share it with us.
Yes.
Yeah, the older you get, the less power you have.
Oh, yeah.
But no, the
older you have, the less power you have.
But you seem still have a courage. Like I saw you from the first. Like you have two questions to Professor
Andrew.
At first, yeah, Professor Andrew. I saw that you have a big spirit inside you. So I think age doesn't matter to you.
Okay, I know, Professor Mirni. Let's see next year.
Thank you, sir. I mean, well, why don't we say hi to? Oh yeah, Mr. Gede, thank you for chatting with us.
Oh, you're welcome.
Why don't we say hi to? Oh, Mrs. Jennifer Verduin. Hello.
Hello, I just had to unmute myself. That was a very enjoyable day, listening to all your, or many of the talks and seeing some of the posters coming past. Fantastic, really great.
Well, that's really good to hear it from you. Mrs. Jennifer Verduin, where are you right now? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Where I am now?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my office, as you can see. Some of my seagrass paintings, some students have done some
beautiful
seagrasses.
Beautiful, awesome.
Yeah. So I can't wait to go out in the field soon and just diving, so that'll be lovely.
Yeah,
I'm in my
we all can. We all cannot wait to go out. I mean, this webinar is actually very cool, but it can't be compared to actually go out and go here with yourself to Surabaya, right?
Well, that's right. To meet you all personally, that will be really nice. Some of you I've met. No, that's of course, but that will come eventually. It will come back.
Of course,
I'm sure.
Of course, yeah. Just pray for the best to the world.
Anyway, Mrs. Jennifer.
Hi.
I would like to ask your topic because I saw your CV at the internet. Like you're focusing on oceanography, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's my main.
I saw your awards and anything in publication, and I find it really, really great. Here, you're such an awesome person here. Yeah, and how's the topic of yours today?
How's what, sorry?
Topic of yours. Your topic, like
my topic today. Well, I combined it a little bit with some of the work that we do with colleagues here. But at the moment, I'm looking at placing a radar along the coast to actually have some radar influence on ocean currents. So that's really what my forte is. But we combine it with seagrass. So I work a lot with ecologists together and getting a lot of information, integrating all the science and try and communicate both languages of the physics and the biology or the physiology, which is really important, I think. It's trying to get it really interdisciplinary rather than multidisciplinary. So you have all these things, people talk with each other, but it's not quite gelling. So that's what we're trying to do.
Wow. Mrs. Jennifer,
can I ask questions to Jennifer?
Sorry?
Yeah, sure, Mr.
Sure,
Dewa.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
I've been working in Komodo National Park for 2 years. During that period, I know Professor Fred Sott from Australia.
Oh, yes. Yeah, from the US. Yeah. I know him well for seagrass work. He does a lot of the seagrass networks.
Okay. Do you learn a bit about taxonomy or seagrass identifications? We have here in Indonesia about 13 species, 13 species of seagrass.
Yeah.
How many do you have in Australia? Usually?
26.
26?
We've got 26 species around here, yes, a lot of species. So I went on my walk along the beach when I go out with my dogs. I will see 6 or 7 species just being washed up on the beach. But there's a lot of, there's 26. So the water here is very clear. So seagrasses love it. And we've got several climatic zones as well, of course, as you'll probably be aware. So there's temperate, subtropical and tropical species.
I don't believe that we have only 13 species here in Indonesia. Probably this because of less studies were done in the field of the subject.
Right.
So if we go down a bit more, then probably we will have more than 13 species in Indonesia.
It'll be great. We'll have to go out in force and find more seagrass species.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Our main problem in Indonesia is that people do not realize the function and ecosystem services provided by the seagrass itself. How do you usually outreach this or what you call it? Introduce it into the community that this ecosystem is just a good functioning and provide ecosystem services. Such a value in monetary basis, in money value, so to say. How do you do that in Australia?
Yeah, it's interesting because Sapto and Riona also asked a similar question. It is hard to get it because they're not particularly pretty. We have a program here called Gardening Australia, and the Western Australian gardener took us on a filming tour for a day. And I can send you the link for that clip if you like. So he filmed us doing replanting, and that sort of got a lot of community involvement and interest in it. And he explained it in a very simple way, as if you were gardening in your home garden, but underwater. So that was a really nice way of doing it. And also in Australia, we work a lot with community. So when we get divers or people who put the seagrasses through the twigs and things like that, they're all volunteers, and they vary from ages from 15 to well in their 70s, and they go out on the boats with us and help us.
That's amazing. But can I have one more short question about replanting the seagrass? How do you do it? Which species do you do?
So we use Australia Posidonia australis, which is the wide-leaved grass flat one.
Yeah, I know.
And they have a long and thick rhizome. So of course the plants get stressed when you take them away and you plant them somewhere else. So the longer and the thicker the rhizome, it's quite good. So within 3 months they take quite well and in fairly dynamic situations. But I think in Indonesia, a lot of the species would need less anchoring. It depends a little bit on the area. So we'd have to have a look, do a survey around the coast. And I think Fred Short has already started doing things like that there as well, hasn't he? And get a lot of people to get that in. Yeah.
Mrs. Jennifer and Mr. Dewa, well, it was very, very interesting to hear you guys talk. I mean, it felt like another keynote session to me. And very, very informative. Very cool.
Excellent.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe next year, another idea for more information.
Now I know how two people of excellent brain, if they meet, and this is the kind of talk that they do.
As a hobby,
well,
a vocation, isn't it?
Well, thank you for having the chat room. I mean, well, for now, maybe I wanna pick someone else to have a little chat. I mean, Salsa.
Yes.
Do you have any idea who's the one for me to pick to talk to me? I mean, to talk to you, to talk to us actually.
Wait. Anyone wants to talk with us? I mean, before I choose someone to pick.
Yeah, I mean, we're interesting people, you know.
Like if you guys want to share it or something.
Maybe. Mr. Hani, are you there yet? I don't know, but my eyes keep on staring at your name. I don't know. I mean, I've been looking at random people, but your name's just too eye-catching. Yeah, too eye-catching to me. Well, seems like he's not there yet. He's not here yet.
Hello.
Maybe we can talk to Mr. Laith. Mr. Laith.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mrs. Honey, you're here now.
Hi.
Oh, you're a Mrs. I mean, I thought you were a guy. Sorry.
Not a good one.
Mrs. Honey, can you state how do you feel about today's conference?
Yeah, it was really good. It was very informative, and I felt like it went really smooth. This is actually my first time attending a virtual conference, and surprisingly, it went really well.
Really well?
Yeah.
Did you gain new knowledge, new information?
Yes, indeed, I did.
Wow, that's cool. Where are you right now?
I am in Sabah, University Malaysia.
Oh, Sabah.
Oh, Sabah.
Oh, all right. Cool. Well, just to let you know, just for information, I'm here in my house in Riau. But Sabah is in Borneo.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's my fault. I thought we were like neighbors. I mean, like there are two parts of Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, nice talking with you. Do you have any friends that is joining with us
Yes, I do.
right here? Yeah,
Which one?
maybe you can just state their name, yeah, so we can talk to them too.
Yeah, it was Miss Stephanie. She was presenting for marine science on the SCP species.
All right, Mrs. Stephanie, can you say hi, please?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hello,
Hello.
Mrs. Stephanie. How are you?
It's a miss.
Can you
sorry.
on your camera, please? Because
I'm
I wanted
trying.
to. Oh, sorry, it's upside
wow.
down.
Wait.
Wow,
Why
it's
is it
such a
upside down?
unique person.
Why are you upside down?
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, yeah.
Okay, we can still see you.
Wait.
Yeah, we can still
Okay,
see.
hi.
Oh, hi.
Okay,
Hi, Miss
hi.
Stephanie.
Hi.
Are you in the same room with Miss Honey?
Yeah, she's just beside me actually.
Yeah, why don't you just join your camera together so we can see you in one screen? No? Okay. I was just messing around. Don't worry. No, I didn't really mean by that. All right. So
basically under the same supervisor, so we're in the same room.
All right.
I think even though you same room, you should keep distance.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
actually.
social distancing.
We are socially responsible people.
Cool. Not like me. Miss Stephanie, how do you feel about today's conference?
It was a good conference, I think. I mean, I learned something new, and then this is my first online conference also. So yeah, it was fun actually.
That's cool. Well, that's very, very good to hear.
Yeah.
For your information, all participants, we will soon start our next session, our next agenda, which is what we've been waiting for the whole day, actually. Maybe Miss Honey, do you want to guess what our next session will be?
Is it the Best Presenter Award?
Yeah, you're right. And not only the Best Presenter Award, but also the Best Poster Creator Award. Also, maybe the most beautiful person here, which maybe the winner will be Salsa.
Oh, why me?
Well,
I didn't even join this.
Yeah, for a good reason, of course.
For a good reason.
Salsa.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we've already got all the information for the best presenter and the best poster. Maybe we can just step ahead to our next agenda. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. So.
All right. All right. That's
we're
cool.
entering the awarding session.
Yeah, I can see that our participants are very, very curious as well. I can see they're sweating. And their
could be
cheek and
everyone
as well
here.
elsewhere.
So it must be hard for the judge also, because I saw the paper and poster is really, really great. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda that we've been waiting for, which is awarding session. In this session, we will announce one best speaker of every topic and one best poster.
Without wasting any time, let's start the awarding session.
Okay, the first award is given to the group of marine science.
Sorry, but yeah, the first award is given to the group of aquaculture technology. As we all may have known on the screen, there's the name of Mr. Vitas Aprakoso. Congratulations, Mr. Vitas.
Yeah.
He's the best presenter for the topic of aquaculture technology.
Okay. Mr. Vitas, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations as the best oral presentation for you.
Thank you.
And you did it great. So
thanks.
This is the certificate online that will be soon be sent through your email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and next.
The next award is given to the group of aquatic resource management. The best presenter for the second topic, aquatic resource management, is awarded to, there's already the name on the screen, Mrs. Wijayanti. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Mrs. Wijayanti, are you here? You here? Okay, maybe she's not here or something. But
yeah, maybe she's too shy.
Actually,
congratulations.
She presentation from US, so maybe.
So maybe.
Different time.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
US. Wow, 12 hours of difference. Oh my God.
Yes. Or it's early morning.
She might be. She might be sleeping by now, but
it's
okay. Yeah. Congratulations, Mrs. Wijayanti. I'm gonna send this to your dream. The next award is given to the group of fish diseases. The best presenter for the next topic, which is fish diseases, is awarded to
Dr.
Congratulations, Dr. Lade.
Dr. Lade. Hello, Dr. Lade. Okay, maybe I didn't see him a while, but
maybe he's also in the US.
He's in Malaysia, I think, because at the he's been switched out for a bit.
Yes, still we still have 1 hour of difference from Surabaya with Malaysia. Well, it's okay.
Well, that's great. Next.
Congratulations, Mr. Lath. The next award is given to the topic of fish nutrition. Fish nutrition. The best presenter for the topic of fish nutrition is awarded to Congratulations, Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Mr. Muhammad Ali, are you here? Can you hear us?
Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Okay. I
All
think
right. That's okay. Yeah.
I wonder where all the winners will go because they're like
Yeah, maybe.
they did best, but they're not here for a while.
But it's okay.
Awarding
You
session.
know, every time I got an award, I also got very, very excited. I jump from my seat and then just jump everywhere. I mean, maybe they did the same as well.
Okay, maybe, but
Or they congratulated with their family, which is very, very okay actually. But yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I'm happy. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to you too, Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Okay, and next.
So the next award is given to the topic of fish management, fisheries management. Yeah, fisheries management. Maybe Salsa, do you want to mention the name?
Yes, okay. So the best presenter for the fisheries management is awarded to Mr. Dewa Gede Raka Wiyatnya. So, Mr. Dewa Gede Raka.
Mr. Dewa.
Yeah, Mr. Dewa, are you here? Okay.
Yeah, he's excited as well, I guess. Mr.
Mr.
Dewa, Mr. Dewa, if you can hear me, because you win this award, maybe you can start sending me money so that I can buy some tickets to go to Bali. Well, he's not answering.
Well, I saw you still trying to get the ticket, right?
Of course, Bali. Who doesn't want to go there?
Okay.
Do you wanna get it going, Salsa?
Yeah, okay. So the next award is given to the group of Fisheries Socioeconomics. The best presenter for the Fisheries Socioeconomics is awarded to Mrs. Nur Isyana Wiyanti. Mrs. Nur Isyana Wiyanti.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, and you get the best presenter.
But my name is misspelled Nur Isyana with R.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we will correct it as soon as possible. Don't worry. But we're very sorry for the inconvenience. Well, I guess that Mrs. Nur is not that excited because she can actually answer us. Congratulations, Mrs. Nur.
Well, finally,
finally, someone who answers us.
Yeah, like in every topic we didn't have her. We didn't have them available here, so. Okay.
So maybe we can just.
I think Mrs. Nur Isyana is also attend last conference.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Nice to see you again because at the time I'm a moderator in its room and you also the best presenter also.
Yes. Oh my God.
Congratulations, your second time.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Your experience, right?
Yeah. Please do come again next year, Mrs. Nur.
For sure.
Yeah, you will surely be an intimidating.
Another participant, right?
For other participants.
Because
2 years of getting an award.
2 years in a round.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 years.
Yeah.
Make it three next year, and you will. Yeah, make it 3 next year, and you will get a car from Universitas Erlangga.
Oh.
Really?
No, it was just me saying it. Well, if I remember, I don't have any money, so. So maybe we can just step next to the next awardees, which is from the group of marine science. Well, can you please let me mention the name, Sansa?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So the best presenter for the next topic, which is marine science, is awarded to congratulations, Mr. A.S. Budiman.
Yay!
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Surprisingly.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. This is my first conference conducted through the leave camp, and I'm so surprisingly become the best oral presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Budiman. Don't make it your last. You need to be here again next year, okay?
And I think
don't lose to Mrs. Nur.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, you need to win it back to back, just like Mrs. Nur. Yes, you are welcome. Congratulations once more.
Thank you.
So,
well,
we finally get to our last awardee, which is given to the best poster
creator.
Salsa,
Okay.
may you please mention the name?
Okay, the winner for the best poster is awarded to Mr. Muhammad Tohawi Elziad Purnama. Mr. Muhammad Tohawi, respond something if you hear me. Okay.
It's okay.
I'll be counting 1, 2, 3. He's not here, but yeah, congratulations.
So then KO. No. Yeah. Congratulations, Mr. Muhammad Tohawi.
He still did
it. Wow.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Once more, congratulations to all awardees. It's such a. I think that you all already did your best, and to the one who didn't get any award, please don't belittle yourself.
Yeah,
just believe in yourself. Yeah, keep your heads up to the sky, and
because
just try again.
Because there's always
another chance. You're right. Yes. So yeah, with the last name being said, then can we step to the next agenda?
Yes, and the next for the closing session, we invite the third Vice Dean of Research and International Cooperation of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsih. To Mrs. Wahyu, time is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Salsa.
Yeah. My pleasure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Dean of the Faculty, keynote speakers, invited speakers, and all conference participants. First of all, we thank God who blesses us also that the third International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences can be well organized. To the participants of the International Conference, we would like to convey our appreciation for your participation during the conference. We also thank keynote speakers and invited speakers who has delivered his presentation. Thanks also to the moderator who has led the discussion well, and also to the organizing committee. Thank you to fellow lecturers and students of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine who attended this international conference. We hope to meet again next year in the 4th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences. Of course, with more interesting topics. On behalf of the organizing committee, we apologize if there are things that are not pleasing. Finally, in the name of God, I declare this occasion officially closed. Eating chips is crunch. It's nice to be eaten from evening. Thank you so much for those who is coming. I will back to MC.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Wahyu, for the heartwarming speech.
With the closing remark being said, also our end to this conference.
Well,
but I hope that anytime in the future, we'll always be friends and calm.
Yeah. Well, you can meet another participants next year, right?
Yeah, you're right. Well, as the MC, I would also like to say thank you for your participation and willingness to be here from the very first start until now. To be noted by all participants, this certificate will be sent to your email personally by our committee very soon, after you have done to fill all surveys or questionnaires.
Okay, so I hope that we all had a mesmerizing experiences today, and we are sorry if there are any inconvenience that we unintentionally made. It was such a great experience for us to be the master of ceremony to all of you, and very much hope to see you again at the 4th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences 2021.
Once more, thank you and see you again. Have a good day.
Have a good day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Give applause to us. Yeah, congratulations, people. Not
Congratulations for all
people here.
awardee. Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Stay safe.
Yeah,
Wear
stay
your
safe.
mask.
Be healthy.
It's a global pandemic, so we hope you guys be safe.
Congratulations, organizer.
Thank you very much.
You.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may leave.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
welcome.
joining this event.
Thank you.
Adik? Iya.
Terima kasih semuanya, Mas Fauzan.
Ya, Pak Min.
Pak Sofi. Bu Adriana semua, terima kasih Bu Wahyu. Terima kasih.
Sama Pak Amin.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Bu Adriana.
Sama Bu Wahyu.
Selamat.
The best.
Makasih,
Terima
Pak.
kasih, Amin.